Welcome back to Tata Steel Chess India. It is the women's rapid event. This is day 2. I'm Grandmaster Robert Hess. Alongside me, International Master Soumya Swaminathan. Soumya, great first day of action for some, a shaky first day for others.
Yeah.
But how exciting is it to be in this historic building once again?
Oh, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful venue. It's a beautiful weather. There's so many kids outside waiting for the games to start. And it's been full of surprises, the day one. I mean, the surprise of the tournament, of course, is Divya Deshmukh, who was not even in the starting players list and was added as a last-minute addition as a replacement for Vaishali. And now she's leading the tournament with 2.5, alongside Vantika Agarwal, who's also been a star of the event so far. She's had 2 wins, beating Koneru Humpy yesterday, one of her idols for sure. And then there's the women's world champion playing as well, Wenjun, on 2 points.
Yeah, it's pretty unusual to talk about Wenjun third, but that's the place she finds herself in. She's 2 out of 3. She won the third round against Grandmaster Irina Krush. And you mentioned the kids out there, and I knew you weren't talking about Divya or the youngsters playing in the event or Savitha. There's so many kids who are in the auditorium where the players are about to sit down and play their 4th round. And it's exciting to see that yesterday there were the floods. It was very hard to get here. It's a Friday. Kids are here. There's also a chess festival. So a lot of excitement in the library here.
Yeah, absolutely. There are so many multiple events happening alongside the main event. There is an open rating tournament. There are Blitz events. There is a women's event as well. And now, of course, there are kids. We can see them in the audience right now. There's Vantika and who's playing against Wenjun. So the tournament just keeps getting stronger and stronger for her, but she's up for it. And there's Nino there.
And we had dinner with Nino, and she was pretty upset about losing that third game to Divya Deshmukh. But by the end of dinner, she seemed to be over it, ready for the second day of action. And you can see how focused the players are. Right? Nobody is sitting here relaxing. They're getting into the chessboards. And there's a determined player if I've ever seen one. She needs to get back today in day 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very important. The first round is very important for the day, like to set the tone of the day for them, to get the confidence back in. I think for both Humpy and Harika, whom we saw previously on the screen, it's a very important game. To start with a win would be essential. But Humpy is playing black against Polina, who's also in good form this year as well as this tournament.
Yeah, Paulina's had probably the most interesting tournament thus far. She lost round 1 to Nino. Then in round 2, she won a very nice game with the bishop pair. And in round 3, she was losing but made a draw against Anu Ushenia. So it's a roller coaster for Paulina. And some of the players, they really need to get going because it is a 3-day event in the rapid. But day 2 is already getting pretty late into the tournament. You need to start scoring some victories.
I know. Already 3 rounds are over and now 3 more will be done today. So they need to get their mojo back in wherever it was so far and get going. I am expecting a lot of action, especially on Humpy and Harika's board today, because I think they'll be determined to fight back. And of course, we will watch out if Divya and Vantika manage to retain the lead.
Well, Vantika has a very tough opponent in the 4th round, and we see the games are just beginning. There's Humpy and Paulina. They're just starting their game. And Vantika is playing women's world champion Wenjun. So imagine she's not only leading the tournament, but for Vantika, if she can beat Wenjun in her home country, the fans would be so excited out there.
Absolutely, and there we have the game has started. Vantika starting out with her pet Catalan. She almost exclusively plays the Catalan against the QGD, which is Wenjun's go-to opening as well. So this is something the players must have checked before the round, I guess. And Bishop B4 check there is, and maybe Bishop D2. And Bishop E7, and now let's see what they have prepared.
A5. I like these lines. I was going to say, in your experience, is it uncomfortable facing an opening that you yourself play? Because you just mentioned Wenjun, she plays the Catalan as white. So do you think it might be uncomfortable for some players facing it as black?
I think she must be so used to it as well, because she almost exclusively plays QGD against the D4. And for Vantika as well, she also plays QGD as white. So for both of them, they play these openings from both colors. It makes it familiar as well. You're also free to sort of try out these small ideas that you had a problem with the opposite color.
Right. I just know from experience. Sometimes I'm like, can we turn the board around? I want to take this from the black side. No, I want to take it from the white side. And that's the fun part about playing such openings. And we see here that black has just castled. We saw Divya yesterday against Harika take this pawn on c4 at some point. Queen c1 says, not so fast. I am protecting this pawn. It's an awkward move. Like, why queen c1 instead of queen c2? That's a more natural square for that queen. So I'm actually very curious, like, is there something happening on this diagonal? Like, why is this queen on c1?
Yeah, exactly. Does she want to develop the knight to a3? But that's very strange, no? a3 and c2, like keep the c2 square vacant. Maybe she wants to avoid knight a6, knight b4 with tempo.
Yeah, it could be.
And that's why she went queen c1. It's a very soft move, which you don't really notice.
We're just looking at it, just a couple moves ago. Queen c2 feels so much more natural, and I'm wondering if queen c1 is some kind of hidden preparation that we'll learn from. But thus far, not a single pawn has been traded. I think it's a good time just to go around to see how the opening stages are going. So whose game would you want to go to next?
Yeah, I think we should definitely check out Divya Deshmukh's game, because she's also leading the tournament along with Vantika, playing Irina Crush with the white pieces, and we have a Sicilian here.
Very different type of game. The last game, not a single pawn had been traded. This already looks open. And for those who are not familiar with these types of Sicilians, say, with those dark squares, look at this d6 square, but how do you get a knight there? Black's pawn structure is such that if you ever want to get a knight to b5, not happening. If you try to get a piece to c4, maybe I'll play b5 at the right moment. And if black can play d5 and strike in the center, suddenly it feels like black has much more control of the opening board.
Yeah, but I'm little concerned about the g7 square as well, because the bishop usually on the king side defends the king, and now queen g4 is a very much possible move. The knight has not been developed to f6 but to e7. So I guess she wants to go knight g6 and protect the king's side.
I'll show exactly what I know where you're going, Soumya. We've commented together now enough where knight g6 is Soumya's point that this is a checkmate threat, and it's actually the only way to stop it without losing material. But it would be good for black to put the knight in the queen's path. Now the bishop can be captured next because there's no pin, and that's exactly what she's aiming for. So I see what you're going with. It makes a lot of sense. And a knight on f6 would have been kicked by pawn e5 at some point. So I actually like this knight e7 move. And I like these types of positions for black. I mean, I always play them from the white side, but what I appreciate from the black side is they're kind of ambiguous in what your plan is going to be. As white, you don't know what to predict next.
Yeah, and I think it's a good strategy already, because Divya is down 4 minutes compared to Irina. So Divya taking her time. As we mentioned yesterday, Divya likes to go into these deep things sometimes and gets into some sort of time trouble situation, but she's also good with handling the time trouble. So we'll see if that happens in this game.
My favorite thing she said yesterday, though, was that she was upset with herself for making the quick draw. I think it shows her fighting spirit. Yeah. She did join this tournament as a last-second replacement, so she couldn't prepare for every single opening. It wasn't that kind of, okay, I have months in advance. So to hear that from her, that she was playing the Women's World Champion, someone who's higher rated than she is, a draw is a good result, but she said, I don't want to make quick draws. I just love that intensity and that spirit from her.
Yeah, definitely. Fearless is the word I think we can use for these youngsters. I mean, they're not at all intimidated. Can we have a look at Nino's game against Savitha Shri? Nino is playing with the white pieces. And what's this opening? Okay,
Ooh.
King's Indian. Yeah, Savitha does like to go for the King's Indian, but Nino has gone for the h4 variation. It's like quite trendy nowadays to push h4 in wherever you want, right?
Yeah, no,
as quickly as you want.
And that's why black put this pawn on h5, because you're saying, oh, that worries me. I'm going to open up the see, people think developing means getting your rook to the center. You're going to develop your rook on its starting file by prying open the h file for an attack, and that's dangerous. And that's why black decided to throw in h5. But that does hand white this g5 square. You would like to kick a piece out of g5 with the pawn h6, but the pawn's up here to stop white from pressing forward. So I think that this looks pleasant for Nino. We did have dinner with her last night. She seems to really be enjoying her time here. She has great success in India. Yeah. She won a gold medal in the Chennai Olympiad. And she said that she loves events like this because she's just free. Like, she can play, she can just enjoy the chess that she gets to sit down and play each and every game.
Wow. Another player who loves playing in India, I'm sure, is Polina, because she's won 2 world championships in India so far, the under 18 girls and the world juniors. So let's have a look at how she's doing against Humpy today.
Yeah, well, this game may get even more exciting later. Let's check out Paulina and Humpy. Humpy, I mean, she desperately needs to have a better day today. And with the black pieces against a top 15 women's player in the world, you can't just play for a win from move 1. But if anyone is going to play for a win, I feel like Paulina, we've seen her games with the black pieces. She's always fighting. And here we have a pretty unique opening at the highest levels. So why don't we actually start from the beginning? Because in this game over here, we see that we had a king's pawn line, but we ended up getting d4 on move 3 here. I don't
so unusual.
Yeah.
And very, very unusual choice by Polina. Let's see further. She took with the queen, of course, knight c6 and queen back to d3.
That's exactly why we don't like taking pawns with our queen in the opening. That's a tempo, but queen d3. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, so bishop d2 and queen is fine on d3 because she can jump to g3, I guess, anytime. And similar to the idea we saw in Savitha's game yesterday, but that was, of course, a Sicilian, with the queen coming to usually you get a rook lift on the third rank, and here we have a queen lift. But okay, it works out fine, I guess. I mean, queen g3 and f4 if possible, but now the e4 pawn is vulnerable and we have to take care of it. I wonder where you develop the bishop though. The f1 bishop?
It's a great question. Do you move this knight again just to get your bishop to e2? Do you play for like an f3 g4 type of idea? It's hard to figure these positions out, but Paulina has more time than she started with. Clearly in her preparation, Humpy had a bad day yesterday, and if she gets in trouble in this game, that's I think a situation where Paulina is going to smell blood, as they say, and try to beat her.
Yeah, definitely important for Humpy to get back in this game, and in order to get back in the tournament. Can we have a look at the other games as well before we stick to
Harika.
one?
Maybe we haven't. That's the last game we haven't looked at, and she's playing Anna Ushenina, who won the Rapid last year. So Anna Ushenina, not the best day yesterday. 1 point out of 3 games, almost had 1.5 if she was able to beat Paulina. But the thing that we always look at when we look at Anna Ushenina's games is the clock, and she's down 5 minutes. Yesterday she was getting down to 2 minutes to her opponent's over 10. That's been a worrisome element of her game.
Yeah, and here, I mean, it looks like a normal Catalan position, so I'm wondering what exactly took her the time. I mean, okay, they converted it from an English to the Catalan. It's very unusual to take so much time in a completely normal position. I get it that you cannot predict what Harika plays as white, as we were discussing. I mean, there are literally 11 games of her playing f4 on the first move and 2 with c3. I mean, I was so surprised. I was like, how do her opponents prepare for her? They probably don't.
No, it's so difficult to prepare for these high-level games because, as you're saying, so many of these top players play 8 different openings just from the very first 2 moves. So here we see a pretty normal looking position, as you said. Anna's playing this well from the black side. Nothing major has happened. Is black threatening to take on e5? That's one of those questions that's difficult to answer. Their knights looking at each other, but that allows white to get a pawn forward, which attacks this knight, costs black a tempo, but also doubles the pawns. And that trade-off is one that's difficult to assess. And I think if I'm Harika, I did put my knight on e5 just a couple moves ago. I don't want to take. That seems too accommodating. And I think I'm going to allow black to take on e5, but there is risk there.
Yeah, absolutely. But then what else do we do? Develop our pieces. Maybe knight c3 and bishop goes to f4, I guess, or b3, bishop b2 as well.
Yeah, it really depends how black plays, because just to put a sample line, if black does take on e5 and then bring the knight back to d7, this e5 pawn is really a target. And if I say, let me protect my pawn with f4, black maybe get greedy. We saw Divya do this, yes, right?
And it worked out well.
Give me this pawn. My knight can come to b6 to defend the pawn on c4. And suddenly it looks like a position where white doesn't clearly get back that pawn, and that could be a troublesome situation for Harika.
Yeah, she has to be careful. Like, this is a critical position, and Harika is very good. I have observed her do this quite often. I think it's like a top player thing that you know which is the critical position, and you take your time to make your decision there rather than thinking on every move and or playing very fast throughout the game.
Yeah, I think it's a great explanation. Earlier, when Anna was spending time, it wasn't critical yet. This is a critical moment because the pawn structure will change. You'll have double pawns. You may sacrifice the pawn on c4, or you may just trade on d5 and say, let's liquidate a little bit so I don't have to play with material deficit. So far, nothing has happened, no trades, but it's a big moment, and that's why Harika is spending her time. So let's maybe go back to one of our leaders in the tournament. You think we should have Vantika versus Wenjun?
Definitely. Let's go there. Vantika. Okay, so they have reached this middle game position. The knight is still on b1, but she's also played a3. It's interesting. And now she goes queen c2. So there is some deep idea with that we probably cannot really understand while
I wish I could understand.
with queen c1 and queen c2. Yeah, it's really mysterious. It's a mysterious decision. But I saw an idea like this in another opening of the Catalan, but not this one, where white also goes queen c1 instead of queen c2, but it was a completely different reason. I mean, none of those tactics are working here, so I don't understand this logic. Maybe just to confuse your opponent.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back just for a very quick second and just look at the engine. Queen c1, according to this engine, which isn't as deep as the ones the players probably prepare with, it's the second best move. It's almost equivalent to queen c2. So these moves both are recommended by the engine, and it's unclear, as we're saying, exactly why queen c1 is such a move. But in the game, the last move, queen c2, makes perfect sense. There's a pawn on a4. If I play knight c3 next, I may go win that pawn that's overextended. So what Wenjun has done is she's stopped white from pushing the b pawn. If you could play b4 and there was no en passant, this might be a good move. But that en passant would happen immediately, and that would shatter white's pawn structure, isolated pawn. But what do you think? So I mean, is that a weakness on a4, or is it a strength for black?
Right now, it doesn't look like a weakness because knight c3, for example, can also be met with d into c4. And also black has an opportunity to play knight e4 right now, preventing knight c3. So right now it looks okay, and we can also go knight b6 in case this white decides to take c takes and e takes. Then there is no danger of white playing c5 and dislodging a knight. So I think this is actually a good idea by Wenjun to sort of restrict white's expansion on the queen side.
Yeah, and this is a critical moment, like we were just talking about, for Wenjun, because if she allows knight c3, she's probably giving up her a pawn. She may get the c4 pawn, but assessing that isn't easy, because sometimes white sacrifices the c4 pawn without even taking a different pawn. Just, here's the material, I get the center, but now the a4 pawn is loose over here, and as you said, knight b6 for the interim will be met by a c5 pawn push. Not an easy position to figure out. Even this move knight e4, if white decides to play knight c3 and take back with the pawn this way, if that's what's going to happen, it gets a different pawn structure, which means that black has a lot to evaluate.
Yeah, it brings me to what Nino mentioned yesterday, that in fact 25 plus 10 is a lot more time than 15 plus 10, and it's almost like a classical game. You have to really think hard and work hard over the board. All of chess is about that, but 25 minutes just gives you so much more time, even though it's only 10 minutes more.
Yeah, it just feels different somehow.
Yeah.
And sometimes in rapid, we feel like we can rush and we can take these risks, a speculative sacrifice. But when you have 25 minutes to start the game and someone sacrifices a piece and they, push back your attack, now you're like, I wish I didn't do that. I'll do that for Blitz chess next time. But yeah, the players really are deliberating at the moment, trying to figure out what to do. So.
And do you think, these players also have a different rapid and blitz repertoire compared to their classical ones?
Yeah, that's very common, right? You see sometimes riskier openings in blitz because if you play a pawn sacrifice in classical and it's not justified, if the engine says, oh, that's actually pretty good for the opponent, you might lose the game. But in blitz, it's always harder to prove your advantage when you play a kind of risky line, and your comfort zones are important. So I think that players, even if they have a tactical style, they have to be a little more restrained in classical chess, but they can unleash that inner beast in quicker time controls. Yeah.
Oh, nice. So let's have a look at what Divya is doing against Irina. Maybe we can focus on that game for a while. Okay, bishop to e3, and bishop pair has been exchanged, but white has center control, no? Or d5 break is not at all easy. It's basically a Morixibine structure with the pawns on c4 and e4, restricting black from taking the break on d5 and b5, as you point out. And the dark square bishop has been exchanged. Whose favor is this in?
Yeah, I think if you're going to play b6, you don't want a bishop behind the pawn, but that pawn could be a target later, and the d6 one. I like white's position, and I also like Divya's clock. Earlier we were saying Divya was the one spending time, and then suddenly Irina around here, after bishop e3, after queen e2, to play the move d6 is where she spent her time, because d5 is very tempting in most positions. I want space, but she probably didn't like some of the tactics where the bishop stares at the h7 pawn. That's actually quite scary, and to show a quick line, that if we get a situation like this, you have to be very sure of yourself, because knight takes d5 already allows bishop takes h7 check. The computer says equal. Like, I'm thinking, oh, I win a pawn, I'm very happy. But in this position, somehow it's just equal, despite the fact that white is up a pawn and it's a pawn in front of the black king.
Wow, this is a very fun line to play and to watch. Do you think, what do you think black will play instead of this d5 move? Maybe bishop, just some calm chess, yeah? Queen c7, bishop b7, rook a d8.
Yeah, exactly. Just like play calmly. She's starting with bishop b7 and queen c7. Bring that rook to d8 to protect this pawn on d6. But it's clear that white is better here. White has way more control of the board. d5 is that move you play if you want to open it up, but we keep talking about how that favors white in different directions. And that means that black is going to sit quietly, a bit passively, and wait for that moment. It's a Morixibine, like you said, and there are so many famous examples of that, where if white isn't careful, at the right moment, a d5 happens, a b5 happens, the position breaks open, it can be good for black, but for now, white has all the control.
Yeah, definitely. And also we missed the bishop on e7 defending the d6 pawn, as you mentioned, so that will be a permanent target for white. Can we go to another game, maybe Humpy's against Polina, because that was so interesting.
Okay. It looks like a bit has changed in the game between Humpy Konero and Polina Shuvalova, and it's kind of looking good for white, I guess. How is there a knight back on a6? So I think Polina's preparation has caught Humpy off guard, and we left off where white went knight to e2. Black decided to push. That makes perfect sense. Opening up the bishop's diagonal. The bishop jumped out to g5 to pin the knight. And then we saw a trade. And in this position, after takes, queen d2 is a very nice move. If the knight were to take on a2, it gets trapped there with king to b1. So the knight jumped backwards to a6, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, I mean, she had a5 here. Why not, like, support the knight a little bit, and then I'm just trying to understand, why did she decide to go back knight a6 directly?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she thought a3 would kick the knight anyway, but a5 is usually a useful move for black, gaining space where white's king is and black's king is on the other side. So you attack on the flank that your king is not. And instead, she dropped her knight to a6. White simply went f3. And now, you mentioned a Morixibine structure in the other game. This is kind of a bind too. Black cannot play d5 because white has all of her pieces aimed at the square. Black cannot play c6 because white is aimed at the d6 pawn. How does black get activity here?
Yeah, I am trying to wrap my head around the fact that, like, she went knight to b4, then knight a6, knight c5, and maybe knight e6 now. I mean, it's too many moves with the same piece, but the knight on f4 is clearly stronger than the knight on c5. That's my logic, because the e4 pawn is well defended.
Yep.
And what does the knight do on c5?
Nothing at all.
Yeah.
And it's a situation where white's open file, semi-open file, is better than black's because white has this protected pawn and it's more advanced. So white sees more of the line all the way down to d6 here. I just think that it's easier to play for white. Bishop c4, maybe g4, h4, g5. You can unleash a pretty nasty looking attack because black doesn't have any real ideas of her own.
Yeah, it's a very tough game for Humpy because she's also 10 minutes down on the clock. That's a huge time difference. We'll come back to this one, right? We'll come back to this one after a while. Let's have a look at Harika versus Ushanina. It seems like there's a queen trade waiting to happen over the board.
Okay. This has been a very peaceful game. The knights were traded on d7 a few moves ago, and now the queen trade is being offered. And I think that if I'm Anna, I don't trade queens because white gets double pawns, which we typically think is a bad thing, but in return you get this open file, a bit more control towards the center. I would not take on b3 if I were Anna here. I'd probably actually make them queen a6. It's very common in these positions, just staring down the diagonal at some loose pawns.
Well, it's a nice move, queen a6. We can expect her to do that. By the way, this endgame with queen b3, pawn takes, why is it so bad for black? Can you please explain?
Well, not bad, right? I think that it's probably objectively going to be equal, but what I don't like is just giving white the activity, because if you make a move like a6, you do have these dark square problems on the queen side. Let's say I start bishop f4, my knight can come out to c3, maybe if you let me, my knight jumps all the way in, and I just feel like white has a bit more control, as this bishop on d7 is the worst minor piece on the board. The bishop on g2 just sees more of a diagonal. So it's one of these things that's it's kind of hard to wrap our heads around, because the engine still says equality. It's just about preference, style, and passivity in the case of this bishop.
Yeah, black's position looks just more passive than white's. White has all the ideas and black has to defend, and that's always unpleasant. Let's go to Nino's game, because that's where all the action is happening against Savitha, and of course it's a King's Indian. What else do we expect? And just look at the position. I mean, white has still not castled.
Yeah.
Queen a5 is a typical idea in these Benoni kind of structures, right? With trying to play b5 because the rook on a1 is undefended, and also queen b4 sometimes works well. So also e6, e takes is always a possibility, just to free up some space, and if white takes back with the c pawn, then b5 is easier to achieve. We also get c4 in. So actually black is having a lot of fun in this position.
There's so many ideas that you just mentioned, and they're all very valuable. E6 is a very common idea to break open some lines. I mean, there are no open files for rooks. So if we can start trading, say, e-pawns, if these pawns come off the board, a rook slides to e8, it sees an open file. So e6 is definitely a good idea. b5 is the move I like the most, but I'm just trying to calculate how many pieces white had covering the square. And quickly, wow, queen b4 was met by knight d1. And it's funny, the engine says equal, and I'm looking at this just trying to figure out all the tactics, but c4 was defended tactically because knight takes c4 sees the queens come off first, and then the bishop picks up the knights, just to show that to everybody so they see why white would win a piece, is that the queen was defending, and after the queen trade, that's a free piece.
Oh, that's very important point there. We don't want to give up our c4 pawn. Another question is, whom does the endgame favor here? Queen takes, do we take on d2, or do we wait for white to take on b4, allowing c into b4, and then the c4 pawn can be targeted, and we also get a great square on c5 for a knight? Or do we just take the queen and play for b5?
Such a good question. I think if I'm black, I'm not afraid of the queen trade. So if I make, I don't know, some random move like rook e8 and we get this queen trade, to your point, the c file is open, and very important, the c5 square. In closed positions, knights kind of dominate because they look over pawns that are in front of them. This bishop, all right, that's fine. This bishop, no, that's not a good piece. It's staring to its own pawn in both directions. So I think that knights are actually better than bishops in these positions, although this bishop is fantastic.
Such a monster.
If you could just put this knight on c5, you're feeling fantastic about your chances. So we did see the move. To your point, a5. Let's trade on b4. Please take me. Open up some files.
a5 also makes sense, because I guess after queen takes, c takes, white could have played a5 herself and sort of weakened the b4 pawn, because now we can never support it with another friend of the pawn, as you mentioned yesterday. So a5, a very reasonable idea here by Savitha. But the point is that Nino doesn't need to take. The queen is defended with the bishop, so we can simply castle or play king to f2.
Yeah. Both those moves look very good. Get the king out of there. And I think
king to f2 might be a terrible move to suggest, because knight g4 check.
Oh, yeah, let's show that. That if, for our newer viewers out there, this check happens, don't take the knight. It's not a blunder from black, it's a blunder from white, because that would be a fork. That's why you don't bring your king out in the open. It's easier to check.
Yeah, that's dangerous. You don't want to play king f2 unless you have like some good reason to play that. You want to simply castle, but then you allow bishop takes, pawn takes, and you ruin your pawn structure.
Yeah, but you had a good reason for king f2. You were anticipating the queen trade, and in the endgames, although even without queens it's more of a queenless middle game than an endgame, the king enjoys being in the center because the king on f2 won't be checkmated without a queen on the board, but you just have to look out for those knight g4 ideas, right? Because the e4 pawn was loose in some of those positions. It's not easy to calculate this stuff. I mean, there are so many options here. Knight e3 also comes to mind just to protect c4 at once. The king still protects the queen over here. So I don't know what Nino's going to do, but I think she's going to have her work cut out for her against Savitha, who played quite well yesterday.
Yeah, and she has some wonderful ideas coming here. I even see a rook lift happening, rook a6, rook to b6. I mean, black has so many interesting looking options, and white is the one who needs to find a direction.
Yeah, because if the rook's on b6, now b2 is pressurized, c4 would then be under attack. Bishop can come to d7 later to hit this pawn as well. And black has no weaknesses. Not a single pawn under attack. There's no f4, e5. Sometimes that's the pawn break that white needs, but that's so far away. I do like Savitha's position. I think it's easier to play. I don't care what the engine says. This is one of those situations where we see the eval bar off the side. White is slightly better. Yeah, maybe if you're an engine.
And it's also an engine thing to, just call the King's Indian a dubious opening,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, there's always like, this is bad. White gets more space. It's bad for black. This looks very enterprising and difficult to play from white.
Yeah, definitely. I think Savitha must be happy with what she's got. Can we have a look at how Vantika is doing against Wenjun?
Yes, let's go. Oh, it did. We did see a pawn capture on c4.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, we were asking about that. The queen went to c2. Black went queen a5 to put another defender on this pawn a4. So then when white went knight c3, perhaps she underestimated d takes c4. The pawn a4 now is defended. That was the point of knight c3, but also the point of queen a5 to keep it covered. After e4, b5, we have a messy position, but I have to say, Wenjun is the more experienced player as the women's world champion. With an extra pawn, not a clear position, I have to favor her chances because she's up 5+ minutes on the clock.
Oh, that's also a big advantage, not only on the board and the clock as well. And I also don't feel like black has given any big concessions, I mean, you got your pawn on c4, you got your pawn on a4, you got your pawn on b5. It's actually a great pawn structure to have.
It looks really good here.
Yeah, so it's a questionable decision by Vantika. Maybe she had her reasons. What do you think is white's counterplay? Maybe pawn to d5 can be an idea in the future?
Yeah, pawn d5 definitely is an option. I kind of wish my queen was back here if I hadn't moved to c2 because I would sacrifice on h6. If you're going to put all of your forces for black on the queen side, I want to be able to sacrifice there. I think it's too obvious. I'm not sure it's going to work. And let's say I play queen d2. Am I really threatening bishop takes h6? So let's say I develop. Can I get away with this? I don't know. Oh, the computer did not laugh.
Wow. So it's a very valid point. I think e5 comes too quickly, and knight e4, knight g5, bishop e4 as well. We have so many pieces coming in. Oh, I love this for white actually, because we have the eval bar showing that it works, but it's just more fun to play.
Oh yeah, it's much more fun to attack than to defend. And I was thinking that if white doesn't do something like that, black is just going to complete her development. Bishop to b7, bring a rook to d8, and at some point black could even consider a move like c5 to break open the position even more, especially if you complete your development. So I'm looking for the attack, as black's queen is not where it needs to be back over here to help with the attack. I think queen d2 looks very nice if black allows bishop takes h6.
That explains why queen c1 was played as well. I mean, now I get it, that maybe the queen was supposed to be on c1 and queen c2 is the actual mistake, because she would have had her queen on c1 in this position. Anyway, give up the c pawn after knight c3 and take on h6. But okay, that's a lot to think about.
Yeah, no, it's true. This queen and bishop lined up were putting an attack on the pawn. But yeah, this is a big moment for Avantika because, she's playing in her home country, 2.5 out of 3. She couldn't have expected that.
Yeah.
There was that fortune, I guess you could call it, against Humpy in that third game where we were very confused
Yeah.
because the position itself, the final position, if everyone wants to go look, go on chess.com/events and find the third round games, it's a normal position. The evaluation bar said zeros. It's just neutral. But Humpy unfortunately froze and lost on time. So Avantika, she's in a position where she's playing great chess. She received a bit of fortune, but now under 8 minutes on the clock for her, she needs to take a decision. It might be risky. You might need to sacrifice some material. She's already lost a pawn. I think she has to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. She has to. She has no choice, and there's no better idea as well. We didn't find any other ideas in this position, so it makes a lot of sense. We'll come back to this game and find out. Let's go to Divya's game against Irina. We didn't have a look at that for a long time. Yeah, and they're still in this bind position, but black got the pawns doubled on a6 and a5 in the meanwhile.
Yeah, it looks like Irina put her knight on a5 and it was captured, so the bind was bothering her. But here, she went knight to a5, and after the swap of pieces, it's not a terrible decision from Irina. In fact, not at all. She claims some open files for herself. So she's saying, I will have a bad pawn structure. In endgames, this will be really bad. But there's queen on the board. There's two rooks for each side. Maybe this pawn will go to a4 or rook to b8, and we'll apply some pressure down on the b2 pawn. I think it's a reasonable try to get some activity.
And yeah, but like now, right now, exactly in this position, I'm concerned about knight d5. Does that look interesting to you?
Yes, now that you mention, I'm definitely looking in that direction, because if black says, thank you for your free piece, she said, you're very welcome. C takes d5, and now you can't move the bishop because it's pinned. The queen is behind it. So your idea is well taken, and I think that instead of taking on d5 after knight d5, black needs to move the queen somewhere. Maybe queen b7, just so there's no forks here. And if you take on e7, we're swapping up pieces. It looks a bit dangerous. I'm going to be honest. I feel like white is on the offensive because there are all these loose pawns, but I'm only noticing now the e4 pawn also is undefended. So if I could put the pawn on f3, white's winning.
Yeah.
But that pawn's on f4.
Yeah, so it's actually a interesting position right now where Divya has the choice to go knight d5. Did she play?
Yeah.
I think I sort of understand Divya quite well. So she does go for knight d5, but we are not playing checkers, so black is not forced to take it. Black can move the queen, and queen b7 actually is the only move, right?
Yes.
Or queen d8 looks just terrible. Knight b6 even, right?
Yeah, I don't think putting your queen in the line of fire also feels dangerous over here. But I think that once we see the knights trade, maybe Divya feels she's just liquidating to a better endgame. When you have a better pawn structure, an endgame is what you want. Rooks off the board, queens off the board, and white is borderline winning already. So I do like the decision, and the engine actually, now that it has given it some thought, it approves of it. It says knight d5 keeps white with that healthy edge.
Wonderful for Divya here. She's leading the tournament, could lead even further after this game. We'll see if Irina is such a big fighter though.
Oh yeah.
We saw yesterday as well in her game against Humpy. I mean, she had a difficult position, but she turned it around. And I've always, like you mentioned this yesterday as well, she has this determined fighter body language, and it comes through in her game.
Right now, I just looked at the cameras up there. Yeah, look at Irina. She is just hovering over the board, ready to make her move. But she did lose to Wenjun. She walked right into a fork of pawns yesterday. That was the third game.
Yeah.
That was very surprising. I actually looked at it again. Wenjun had a better position with the bishop pair. It was uncomfortable, but she walked into a, I guess for her level, a pretty obvious fork. It's one of those you just slap your head and like, okay, what was I thinking? Move on to the next game. She has played queen b7, but she's going to be worse. She's going to have to try and survive this game against Divya, who's playing excellent chess.
Yeah, kudos. So let's come back to this one. Have a look at, I'm tempted to go back to Nino's game, but let's have a look at the other ones before we go back. Polina versus Humpy. Sounds good, yeah?
Oh.
Okay, then.
Where'd all the pieces go?
Oh, Humpy managed to actually equalize, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we had problems about her passivity and where exactly should she place the pieces. She did go knight e6, I suppose, and
Yes.
white refused to trade, and they anyway exchanged the bishops.
So I'm going to go back, and knight d5 was played, just to rewind and see how we got here. h4, so Paulina, she holds nothing back, knight to e3. she develops. And over here, I guess she couldn't
Oh.
play g4 very easily.
I think Queen f6, Queen f4 is such a wonderful
Yeah.
maneuver. I mean, just controlling all of White's attack with one piece, and the Queen on f4 does such an important job of, it's the best square for the Queen on the board.
Yeah, no, you can't play g3 because it's not protected. You can't play g4 because f3 would be loose. So she just stops White's plan in its tracks, and then b5 she gets active herself, and this is where the queens came off the board. So this endgame is not worse for Black. I actually might even start preferring Black if White's not careful, because when you have pawns that are advanced, that's usually good early in the game. You restrict your enemy's pieces, but they can stick out like a sore thumb, like down the stretch, and they can be easier to attack. So I would kind of want my pawn to be back a little bit in this position. White is not worse. Objectively, White is okay. But I just see that the side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side with the advantage, and I see a d5 pawn break at some point, opening the e file, opening the d file, and with the king in the center, it could be a little bit iffy.
Well pointed out. And do you also think the momentum is in Humpy's favor right now, because she was under pressure in the middle game with the queens on the board? Now she achieved what she wanted out of the opening and the middle game, and the time situation is also not that bad.
Yeah, and I think that Humpy probably prefers, if you ask me whose style this position is more, Humpy is a very, very excellent endgame player. She has that experience. Paulina is, her username at Chess.com has the word fighter in it. Like, she is really a tactical player at her core, and so I think she's a great endgame player. We saw her win an endgame earlier in this event in round 2 against Savitha, but I think she'd prefer the earlier position where she had attacking chances.
Yeah. So maybe we prefer Black in this game. That we can conclude with that.
Yeah, the time is the one thing, right? Humpy is down a bit on the clock, but otherwise I think that this d5 break, Black is no worse at the minimum.
So let's go to Nino's game and have a look at how Nino and Savitha Shri are handling that fearsome middle game position. Queens got traded.
Yeah.
On b4. Oh, she took with the a pawn, not the c pawn.
It was an interesting moment right back here. The queen took on b4. She took with the a pawn. Both are probably good choices. And then White went b3, and okay, when I look at this, there has to be something here. There is a loose rook on a1. I need to move both my knights out the way, but I have to sacrifice them both. That's the problem, right? If I play knight takes c4, and you take, and then you play knight takes e4, and then I take, and you already see that White is better because e7 is hanging and d6 as well, but White gets 2 minor pieces for a rook. It's a lot of material. So there were things to consider here. I guess the computer, I'm going to look at what the engine actually says, because I saw the engine still said Black was okay. b5. All right, this is not very easy to spot. You give up a piece, you don't immediately go for the rook on a1, and Black just takes on a4 and takes 2 pawns for the piece.
So tough to find.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to be in a very creative mode, in order to find knight c4 and b5. So Savitha made the human choice of playing rook f8 and maybe e6. That's why she put the rook on e8. Oh, okay, she also defended e7, but I'm expecting her to play e6 and gain some, open some file for her rook, right?
It's what I just said before. The side that controls the pawn breaks is usually the side that we would prefer to play with. And f5 and e6 are moves that open the position up. And look at White's bishop on e2. Is that really even a bishop? It looks like a pretty bad piece. This bishop on d7, there could be a sacrifice later in the game, but it also has more breathing room. It stares into the position. This bishop just stares into one pawn. The bishop on g7, excellent piece. The bishop on d2 is not bad, but it's not great. And I think it's time just to break open the position for this rook on e8.
Yeah, it's extremely passive for White. Just look at all her pieces. They are on the second rank. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop, and they're targeting nothing.
Nothing.
It's a difficult position to play for Nino, who also likes to play positions with initiative rather than be very solid about it. Even though she's of course versatile, and definitely in Savitha Shri's favor. This one, can we go to Harika's game, because they've traded queens, and well, it looks pretty balanced except for the pawn structure.
I know why you wanted to come here. 'Cause this might be the last time we look at this game, because it could be a draw in the near future. I could see a future where rooks get traded on d8, but you said except for the pawn structure, and this is now feeling like endgames will be better for Black. So White needs to be careful. I mean, Harika has more time. That's the good news for her. She has great rook on d4 and an open file, but if the rooks get traded off, I feel like black would be the slightly better side because of these pawns, double pawns in the b file.
Yeah, but Harika has another advantage in compensate for the bad pawn structure is the 5 minutes extra
Yeah.
on the clock, and that makes a difference. So yeah, we can say this is equalish.
This looks, yeah, normally, as we've talked about, I don't really like to say it's equal because then people assume it's going to be a draw. This does feel like it should be a draw. Mistakes happen in quick time controls, but I think that the both players have this under control.
And can we go to maybe yeah, we did look at Humpy's game, so let's go to Vantika's game because that's a game we haven't looked at for a long time.
Whoa.
And it's very, very interesting, the position.
I'm,
Bishop to d6.
Black is up 2 pawns, if my math is correct. This pawn is extra and that pawn is extra. So white did play d5, but she's getting tactical. I like the way she is, the style she's playing this position. We were talking about queen d2, bishop takes h6. She somehow got her knight to f5. So here, she went d5, which you mentioned. That was your first suggestion. Can we push? She goes for it. Takes, and then doesn't even take back on d5. Plays knight d4. This is classy. This knight is about to go to c6 to fork a queen and bishop. Once that threat was stopped, the knight went the other direction to f5. Rook e8. There might be sacrifices on these squares. You have to be careful, but not yet. Bishop d6. And if there was a capture, the knight comes in, forking the bishop and the rook. This is really high-class stuff. And to play bishop f8, what a calm retreat from Wenjun.
Wow, bishop f8 is like such a cool move to make.
Yeah.
And usually you don't even think about it because retreating moves are hard to find over the board. Bishop, probably it's also the only move because bishop d6 runs into knight d6 as you mentioned, and then also the d5 pawn becomes more weak after the light squared bishop is off the board. So yeah, anyway, she took back. So Wenjun retains the extra pawn, but white has good compensation as long as she keeps all the pieces. Right now, 2 minor pieces are getting traded, but the knight on f5 is better than the knight on d7.
Yeah, that knight on f5 is a great piece because there are some threats in front of the king. There's also fork potential on e7 if you're not looking out for it. But with the liquidation, I think that Wenjun, she can breathe at least one sigh of relief that her king doesn't feel like is quite as much danger. She remains up a pawn. The pawn isn't the healthiest on b5, especially if a rook lands on that square. I do think that white has great compensation. Wenjun is not worse, but she also has a huge lead on the clock. So that's where Avantika, if she is not able to save this game, I think a big reason why is the clock.
Oh yeah, that's very, very important part of a rapid and blitz game. Vantika, but as we have been mentioning, she's also someone who gets very low on the time, even in a classical game. So as in a rapid and blitz as well, and she's also had a lot of experience playing on the online events, by the way, in speed chess.
Yeah.
So maybe she can utilize some of that and be able to get but I really like the way she's handled it so far. She's played very active, and I also like that she has even more ideas now coming in, like bishop takes, rook takes, knight f6, we have rook d6, we have exchange sacrifice possibility on f6. I mean, I just would prefer to play white in this position, even though it's the computer likes it for black.
Yeah, I wonder if someone put this in the engine without this pawn, what the evaluation is, because the knight on f5 is so strong. But knight f6 played, rook d6 is a great idea by you. Like, if you can sacrifice on f6 to break open the king, you might just checkmate that lonely king over there. So rook d6 looks like a good try. I think black does have the resource of rook a6, which is super important in this position. Otherwise, the sacrifice would really hurt.
Oh, rook a6. Yeah, this game has been very instructive to watch. Both of them have played really well. I mean,
Yes.
Wenjun has defended. Oh, rook d. She goes for it. Oh, this is a great game so far. Oh, and she does play rook a6. I like that both the players are like not at all groggy, finding all these amazing moves. And what we will come back to this one. Let's have a look at Humpy's game because she's got a pawn on d4 and the d5 break actually happened.
And she just took with the pawn and pushed the pawn forward, and I mean, she's not slowing down. She is down time. That's her biggest issue right now. But I mentioned these pawns. At some point, they can be a target. I like black's position. It's an isolated pawn, so if the rooks get traded, black probably just loses. Right? That's a very big weakness. There's a king on d2 that's ready to go after it. But with the rook still on the board, I do think that it's hard for white to completely stabilize. For example, knight f5, rook d5, get active. Where's your knight going? Back to g3? You don't want to do that, so you play g4. And you're keeping everything together for now, but I'm about to kick your knight out with a move like g6. I can play a move like h5 as well. So I feel like black is not worse because of the activity, but the pawn structure is worse. So we do need to keep that in mind, that endgames, pure endgames without all these rooks, will be very, very bad for black.
Yeah, but would you say that black has the initiative in this position? Yes.
Oh yeah.
So black is the one trying, and let's go to, I think Harika's game is quite equal, so we will revisit that a little later. Maybe Divya's game against Irina, because they've traded off all the minor pieces of the board. Now only the major pieces remain, and the d5 pawn is hanging. Isn't she a pawn up?
It's 6 on 6. It's hard to count double pawns, but double pawns are pawns too.
No, I mean to say now rook d5 and rook to b2 and rook to a5 is like possible on this move, but then queen b7 and maybe the g2 point is the weakness.
Just to show what Soumya's talking about, that move like queen b7 already threatens checkmate in 1. This looks very dangerous for white. You just stop checkmate, there's a queen b6 check, and you're barely surviving because you can block it with your rook. But this is so uncomfortable to play, especially with only 5 minutes per side. So we have seen the move b3. That's a great decision. Don't get greedy. You keep all your advantages. That is a hanging pawn. Queen c5 may be played soon to trade the queens off and threaten both of these weak pawns. I really like Divya's position. Irina might be able to hold this, but she's very likely to be down a pawn and trying to hold.
And I also wanted to mention that Divya became the Asian champion recently, and most of her wins were in the endgame. She really ground down small advantages, So she's really worked on her endgame recently. So I have big bets on her in this game as well.
Let's think about her wins here. She beat Harika.
Yeah.
She was up that pawn, and then she ended up checkmating Harika's king, but it was an extra pawn towards the endgame. Against Nino, she was worse most of the game, but she played a fantastic endgame and even won that. So her endgame play has been very high level.
Absolutely. So Divya with good chances to win this game and continue her lead, go up to 3.5 out of 4. And I don't see too many ideas for black. I mean, rook b4 is something that comes to mind, which you mentioned, but rook d5, and then what next?
Yeah, and we see both players there fully focused. Some members in the audience behind them. There is that chess festival happening downstairs, right?
Yes.
Here at the library, the National Library.
Bhasha Bhavan, National Library of Calcutta.
It's a beautiful place, and I just love seeing, every day we walk in and there's so many people here. Just they're playing on the life-size chess boards.
Yeah.
It's a great scene here in Calcutta.
It's a chess festival, as you mentioned yesterday. I mean, it's actual chess Diwali. You can say that. So let's have a look. She did play queen e6, so she's defended d5 and rook c5. Great idea here, yes.
It's just better for white, because even if black, just to finish off a line like this, let's say you undouble the pawns and then you just bring your queen somewhere here, you're going to hit both these pawns at the same time. I like queen d3 just because I'm keeping my rook protected and I stop any queen f5 or queen g4 ideas, but the point is that these pawns are forever weaknesses and you're likely to go up one pawn at some point.
So difficult for Irina here. Let's go to Vantika's game. She's down to 11 seconds.
Okay, we're going to go to Vantika against Wenjun. I mean, Vantika is a co-leader in the event, and what is happening in this game? She's just enough time to get her moves off, but there's a situation with the rooks staring each other down. Black's still up this pawn, and Wenjun nearly 10 minutes on the clock.
It's a huge time difference. I mean, it's one thing to have a 10-minute time difference with 2 versus 12, and 10 seconds versus 10 minutes is a lot. Oh my god. So queen e2. It's so hard for Vantika right now because she's also down on material.
Yeah.
Do you think what do you think are black's ideas? Because the rook on d8 is also protected, so queen b6 is possible.
Queen b6 looks very good. Just trying to trade pieces off the board here. I think her idea might have been queen e7. That's always met by rook d7. So it's not threatening much of anything here. Yeah, I think this is just an endgame where white is going to be down a pawn, and there's a way to win these endgames. Like, if we can try to imagine all of these pieces are off the board, the major pieces, this move b4, and after pawn takes a c3. Like, you know what I'm talking about, but I'm going to show just very quickly for the fans. And I need to figure a way to trade everything off, so I'm just going to force all the pieces off quickly, just so everyone gets the point. That in a position like this, where black plays b4 and white takes, then black plays c3 and white takes, and then black plays a3, you give up pawns because it's not about the quantity, it's about the quality, and that pawn becomes a queen.
Yeah.
Because some people may think in the game position, and moves are happening quickly, we'll get to it, that it's impossible. How can black possibly get a passed pawn? Because this square and this square is covered. You sacrifice some pawns to free up your last one.
Very, very important endgame to study. In fact, it's like one of the first endgames that we are taught. No?
Yeah,
The
exactly.
pawn endgames. Wonderfully pointed out, Robert. And they actually traded the rooks as well. So this is the live position, right? So king h7, and I don't know, maybe knight d4, but then queen e1 and knight e4 is something
Yeah,
bothersome for white.
that could just win the game on the spot. Oh, showing knight e3, so
Knight
she stopped the checks.
This is so much more responsible than knight d4.
Yeah.
And maybe queen e4 now, trying to pick up the b2 pawn as well. But I think white will simply come back with queen d2 and defend everything. Or maybe queen d1 as well.
And I'm wondering if black is going to bring the queen into d3. This queen trade, getting yourself a more advanced pass pawn, looks very dangerous for white to deal with. And for Wenjun, she's way too experienced just to blitz out every move. But that's the temptation, even for myself. I've played and commentated a lot of chess, but I'm looking at white's clock, 15 seconds, and I'm forgetting there's 10 seconds added with every move. So blitzing and just playing instantly would not be the best choice. Now queen f6 is a way to trade queens by force if it were black's turn. And
there's also knight g5 and queen e4 ideas.
Queen.
But queen d4, she goes for queen d4. So yeah, I like knight g5. I like queen c6, but queen c6 runs into knight f5. So she has her own ideas as well.
That's a really good point. I wasn't looking in that direction, but suddenly there would be a checkmating threat. Yeah, not easy, because some queen trades, actually, white won't be losing. If the knights remain on the board, white stays in the game, especially with black's knight so far away.
I read an amazing quote by Anand once, when he drew with Carlsen being a pawn down in a knight endgame, if I remember correctly. And he said, well, the point is that you can always give up the knight for the extra pawn.
Yeah.
So that's why even though pawn endgames and knight endgames are very similar, that's the one difference, and it might save you the day. Queen c5 on the board. We will come back to this one, Robert. Let's go look at Nino's board against Savitha. Both of them down to 3 minutes on the clock, and Savitha with a good advantage.
Yeah, this does look great for Savitha Shri, the youngest player in the field, but playing like an experienced, very strong player she is. And look at this, just all of her pieces are getting active. She had that great bishop. That bishop is gone because she says, give me the activity. That's what I want right now. And in this position, she can just bring her bishop into d3. That forces the rook up to f2. And I think at long last, we'll see these pawn breaks. I think black just has a more... Wait, actually also more pawns. Isn't the h-pawn missing?
Yeah.
I didn't count at first, but now I'm like, wait a second.
The h-pawn is missing, and we basically are 2 pawns up. No, we are one pawn up. But the e7 pawn is backward, but we can always play e6 and exchange it.
Yeah. And
or
actually,
e5 as well.
I'm now thinking maybe bishop c2 is even better than bishop d3. Just trade off the bishops and go after this b3 pawn. Now, white is in some serious trouble here. I think Nino will have a very tough task holding this game, and it would be a huge win for Savitha to beat Nino Battier with black. That's
Actually, she didn't have a very good day yesterday, Savitha. And today morning, I saw her taking long walks with her mother along the pool, and I think the fresh air helped.
I hope so.
She's just she just seems like a different player today than the one we saw yesterday.
Although that move apparently was not approved of by the evaluation. Bishop b7 to me looks like an extremely natural move. I don't see why it would be punished by anything from white. If you play bishop e3, the knight can just move back and trade on f5. Black should definitely be better here. I don't really understand why is white equal all of a sudden.
Maybe f5 is the problem because f5 and knight takes,
Ah.
bishop takes, and bishop h5 could be an issue.
That's we're gonna show it because it's very important, but that's very difficult to spot. I think in time trouble when you've played a very intense game. Bishop takes h5 is your point. Even this type of endgame doesn't look super clear, but white gets activity. That's really important, and it was missed by Nino. Can't blame her. She brought a bishop back to c1. She likes to say bishop b2. But maybe we can go to games that are a little bit more in the time crunch.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Divya has like 1 minute left, but let's just go look at Harika's game because they are going to make a draw very soon.
Okay.
It's an opposite color bishop endgame. I'm sure they'll just shake hands and get up for the next round. So, yeah. Do you want to stick around?
It's just funny because this is the most drawn position you could possibly look at, and it almost seemed like they were thinking, but there's really, for high level players like them, there's nothing to think about. There's opposite colored bishops, which means that you can't actually push your pawns because the king and bishop will stop a king and pawn from moving up the board. So let's head away from here. We can trust them to make a draw, even if it'll take a little bit of time, but where to...
We should definitely go to Divya's board because she has less than a minute on the clock. Also, yeah, this, I think, also Humpy has less than a minute on the clock. Okay, maybe Humpy's board, we have to go there, Robert. There is a knight on e3, there is a knight on a7 attacking b5.
Okay.
So many complications.
Just to note quickly that Divya is up a pawn, and she'll try to press this endgame. Not endgame, it's a queen and two rooks, heavy piece on the board, but she's up a pawn against Irina. But let's go to Humpy's game against Paulina. Whoa, where are all the pawns? So it's 4 pawns for black, 5 for white, but this pawn is under attack, but then this d4 pawn will be loose. Nobody's better according to the engine. Who would you prefer to play with, white or black?
Wow, this is a great question because the a pawn stays alive after king d4. If we take on b5, king e3, rook h5, we are a pawn up, but the a pawn is pretty strong, and I would still prefer black because we also have a passer on the h file, and we are anyway a pawn up.
I guess white might try knight takes d4, but then even their knight d5 with knight f4, the h5 pawn is probably going to be lost, and there's knight b4 check trying to win the a2 pawn. This seems quite difficult to assess. It says equal, but I think in terms of position I'd rather have the extra minutes on the clock, and I think Humpy only having 47 seconds, it's probably worrying her, especially after yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny how the computer calculates like any position till the end and gives it equal, and we have to sit there and break our head over it.
Yeah, we're like, all right, I'll believe you this time, but I'm mad at you for telling me there's no chances. And by the way, Harika and Anna Ushina, they did make that draw with the opposite colored bishops. No surprises there. What's happening in the other boards? Still excitement all around.
Yeah, let's go to Nino's board. Let's go back to Nino's board because it seems like Savitha is back with a huge advantage. Nino did not take that moment to play f5, and her pieces remained passive and still on the board. That's the main problem. She has...
I didn't even see the knight. Like, it's on h1. What's it doing over there?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised that, you would want to exchange more pieces if you have less space on the board, but probably she just felt like anyway she's a pawn down, so let me at least keep pieces on the board, give my opponent a chance to make mistakes.
Yeah, it's, as you said, when you have less space you trade pieces, but when you're down material you don't trade pieces. So she was struggling with herself, an internal struggle, figuring out what to do, and I get now she wants to activate her knight in some way, but for black I think it's time that this rook gets active. You move the bishop out of the way to d7, maybe even over to c6, and use the open e-file. This great winning chance for Savitha, and she's just pushing pawns.
d5, very logical, and also in the future maybe c4 undermines the a4 pawn as well. The bishop on d1 doing a great job as a defender, but then it also needs to be defended with the knight on f2 because at some point the rook will come on the first rank via the e file.
Great play from Savitha thus far. She's really playing an excellent one, but don't blunder. This bishop takes f6, removes the guard of the bishop on d5, so she goes back to c6. So yeah, she is doing very well here. Maybe it's worth just checking in on Vantika just to see what's happening in that game. It is a matchup of co-leader Vantika Agrawal, and she's taking on Wenjun, the women's world champion. So we'll switch games over there. We'll come back to as many games as humanly possible, and we are in a knight and pawn endgame. So, as you said, closest to the king and pawn endgame. But the problem is this knight isn't active. So, if this knight cannot activate because the pawn is loose, that means the king needs to join the party. And I guess the king can just run on over to the c-file.
But isn't white faster with king e3 and king d4? But then you come to the king side and pick up the king side pawns on h2?
You're saying if king f5, king e3, we pretend to go this way, and I'm going to take this arrow back and then go this way and run to the h3. That's really smart.
Yeah, I think white has too many problems herself, so she cannot really make use of black's problems right now. King f3 and g4 is threatened, so h5 has to be played. What I like is Vantika has managed to, stay alive, and Wenjun is still down to 2 minutes. So she has managed to, not worsen her position and improve the situation on the clock.
Yeah, I guess black is going to king d6 to c5 or c6 and then activate the knight. But you have to watch out because if these pawns go up the board, just like we saw the pawn breaks on the queen side for black, white can do the same thing and try to make a queen over here. So be very, very careful. Don't forget that your opponent can push her pawns.
Oh, that's a very nice trick. We should have shown it. We could have shown it, but actually there's such less time on all the boards right now. Divya is completely winning. Can we just go there? Her rook, she has managed to find a breakthrough, and she's now 2 pawns up with the b passer free to promote.
Completely winning. This rook on f6 defends the f4 pawn, keeps the king safe, attacks f7, puts the enemy king in danger, and protects the b6 square all at once to push. Now, you don't want to allow this rook in, so you have to be very, very careful here. If that rook gets to c1 or c2, there will be some checkmating threats against the white king and queen. That's the perfect move. You freeze the rook on the 7th rank and say, what next? Like you can't activate.
h5, well, a good try by Irina. h4 and queen g3 is the threat, so maybe you come back queen f3. And that's, yeah.
Wins on the spot because you force the queens off the board. As the rook is under attack, but you don't have the tempo.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, queen f3 is winning, and I think she'll find it. She can also play queen b3 maybe, preventing queen g3, but queen f3 is just so much easier.
Yeah, you just force the queens off, and then black has no choice really but to throw in the towel. Unless there's some activation with the rook behind the passed pawn, there are outside chances to hold a draw in that scenario, but I do think it's objectively winning. But I think what Divya's doing is so smart right now. She's spending all of her remaining time. She gets 10 seconds added per move, but she wants to make sure if I play queen f3, that could immediately be a draw, theoretically, or it still leads me to win, but she needs to be sure about it before she does it.
Yeah, but I hope she'll play because she has 4 seconds and down to 3 queen b3 on the board. Okay.
She wasn't sure. And so if you're not sure, that's a great practical try. I actually approve of that. And we don't have time to show queen f3 and how with the queens getting traded, the rook gets behind the pawn. It's not clear that that's winning. So I do think queen b3 is a great choice.
Queen b3 is also awesome because rook b7 runs into queen f3 anyway, and then you don't get rook c2 after the queen trade.
Oh my goodness, the rook is stuck in a pass. That is, if she plays queen f3 now, if that was her plan, that is king h1. I think she's just trying to gain time. She's like, I'm going to make a nothing move. She repeats the position. She gained time. But if her plan now is queen f3, that is so smart.
Yeah, very smart. But unfortunately, black has queen e1 there. So black will also be quite smart and not take the queen. And queen b7 runs into the perpetual queen g3 and queen e1 back. So queen f3 on the board. And we are expecting queen e1, but...
You know, it's one of these positions where black can resign because should resign, but forgetting that queen e1 exists because you're like, oh shoot, my rook is hanging. But queen e1 played, Irina, of course, as we keep talking about fighter, and just to show it quickly, queen b7 immediately a draw, queen g3 check, queen e1 check. You cannot get out of this back and forth between the king and the queen. So we have seen the move rook d6 played, And is rook d1 suddenly a threat?
Oh, that's an amazing resource actually. Maybe the best one, rook d6, rook d1, and followed by queen takes b7, and now we don't have the queen will not no more be on this diagonal. So rook e7, saving the rook, but now even b7 would have worked. Okay.
Yeah, just gonna go behind the pawn. Although queen b4, queen c6. No, queen c6. No way. Did she Did she hover there and then take it back?
Yeah, she probably went there and queen to f2.
And it says it's equal all of a sudden.
Why
And
is it
Irina
equal?
has, I think, rook e6, but then there's rook d. This is still.
Oh,
this
but
is
it's
one
a-
thing. The engine says equality, and I'm looking at this and saying white still has good chances to win.
Yeah, I mean, I think white is winning that queen endgame with the b pawn. I mean, how do you? Oh, because the king is stuck on h2. That's why maybe there is a perpetual idea on the king side. But anyway, Irina went rook b7.
Queen takes h4 just wins now for sure. So maybe actually the hovering with the queen just broke the evaluation. Right, no, there it's back all the way up, winning for white. Especially when that pawn falls, there's no checks against this king. The queen comes into f6, the rook to d8, and that should deliver a check and a mate. So it was shaky, right? Divya was uncertain. She spent a bunch of time. She did the right thing, and she is about to go to 3.5 out of 4. She has joined this tournament just a couple days before it began. She didn't know she would be playing, and now she's going to be leading.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe, and I guess in sole lead because Vantika has lost her game against Wenjun. They both were leading until this round with 2.5 out of 3, and Divya will be on 3.5. The sole leader of the tournament.
And she already played Wenjun. They made that quick draw. So
Yes.
for Divya, the people she's going to play are not directly behind her. She just played e6. I think this is forcing resignation. Pawn takes e6, lost queen g7, checkmate. There's nothing Irina can do. Her king is way too exposed. She's down, what is it, 3 pawns at the moment?
Yeah,
So
and a completely unsafe king, which will be
there it
checkmated.
is.
Oh, fantastic game by Divya indeed.
She played so well in this one. She had a slight edge. She turned that into a material advantage up a pawn. Then she won a second pawn. And there was apparently one moment there where Irina was back in the game, but the players don't even know that. I think Divya probably felt like she had the upper hand. Irina also thinking, all right, I was worse than losing. And Divya played very, very well.
Yeah, and I mean, I admire the amount of calm both the players have. Just look at their body language. It doesn't give anything away. You wouldn't know what is the result just by looking at them.
No?
But yeah, Divya has won the game, and we can go to the other boards now. Humpy playing against Shuvalova. It seems equal. Can we just have a quick look at that board and come back to Nino's board?
Okay, so I'm going to quickly go to Humpy's game. Yeah, this looks like it's one of those where they should be able to trade off all the pieces. But white has this outside pass pawn, so it's winning all of a sudden.
Wow. How does the evaluation change from king f5 to king g6 and from equal to...
I think the king went the wrong way. I think because now the knight is stuck, and this knight will come to e2, that black is suddenly losing. If we just go back a turn, if king went to e6, king takes h5, and the king went this way, the knight will try to sacrifice itself for this pawn, and that is probably what led to a draw. That's so hard to see with no time on your clock. And now Paulina, I mean, she has a new lease on life in this tournament. She drew that game against Anna Ushenina from a lost position. Now she's suddenly winning against Humpy, and knight g3 looks like a very good move. Keep the king out of f5 and win this pawn on h5.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, h5 cannot be defended. Another idea could be to bring the knight to c5 and like via d4 and b3 and c5, but then black will block it with knight a6, so that's why this is the best way, I guess. Knight g3, knight b5, knight h5 will be played, or maybe a6 now because you've allowed me to do that.
I would push the pawn. This knight has to stay put, otherwise you lose the h5 pawn, which is going down anyway. And I have to say, this is a great illustration of why you shouldn't say knight and 2 pawns versus knight and 2 pawns, because if you say that out loud, people think, oh, it's a draw. This is really white up a pawn on the a file, white up a pawn on the f file, and black up 2 h pawns that are not going anywhere. In fact, it's Pac-Man time. Give me all of them, and the king can just wrap around this way to win the game. So this is now, unfortunately for Humpy Caneru, another loss.
This is very, very tough for Humpy, and this is actually a very instructive endgame where, you know, the evaluation was giving as equal for a long time, but it was not at all easy.
That's why the evaluation bar is very useful because it does tell you objective truth. It is equal with best play, but it doesn't tell you how difficult the position is to play. And now we see that Humpy, she's moving her knight back and forth. But what Paulina is just going to do is bring the king around. She can give a knight check if she wants, but what she should end up doing is going after this knight at some point. Yeah. Or now go up the board and push the f pawn. You can't stop pawns on both sides of the board.
Yeah, the knight is much slower than a bishop, but even a bishop wouldn't have helped here. So the knight on g3, yeah, this was a great maneuver and very, very tough for Humpy. Can we go to Nino's game quickly because, or do you want to stick to this one?
No, let's go to Savitha against, what did Nino just do? She gave up a rook for a knight?
Yeah, she's the piece down.
Well, now
she's an exchange down.
Exchange down and about to be a queen down once this pawn goes to the other side. So it looks like Savitha is going to get her first victory in this year's rapid event, and that will be very exciting for her. And as you said, for her mother, who they've been taking a lot of walks, just regrouping, and winning with black against Nino is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Tough for Nino though, and she has already had a great day yesterday, and maybe she can pick it up from the second round. But this game is surely over. Like, black is winning, definitely. And maybe we will see resignation coming in. Knight f4 on the board, maybe h4 or rook b2 as well. Okay, g6. She keeps fighting.
Yeah, smart, because there's a trick here. One last trick. After king f2, if you take this knight, this pawn is going to go up. But this is not a stalemate. I thought it was going to be a stalemate. You can take the knight. She should take the knight, and she does, because that's a g7, rook g3, g8 equals queen. Once the rook takes, the king also has. There's, it's not even close to stalemate, but it kind of looks like it might be.
Nice. So we can see. We will surely see a win for black in this game. I'll just quickly go and have a look at Humpy's board. Humpy is still playing. But yes, it's a lost position. She managed to bring her knight to c5.
Sorry? Yeah, knight to c5. What is... Yeah, you can't stop both the pawns, right? It's this situation where f7 still wins. The point is knight d6. You can take the pawn, but yeah, she cuts the knight out before, and she wins the game. Polina Shuvalova takes it, and unfortunately for Humpy Canero, it's another defeat.
No, this is very tough for her, and she absolutely needs to regroup herself, find a way to do that somehow in the next half an hour, and be ready for the next game.
Yeah. We did see a win, though, for Savitha Sri. So, I mean, for the Indian crowd, the players here, it was a mixed round. We saw Savitha win with black, we saw Divya win black, but we saw Vantika lose and Humpy lose. So 2.5 out of 5 for the Indian contingent, but some great play from the youngsters.
Yeah, absolutely. They have been the find of the event, definitely, and also lots of good news. But the experienced players have been suffering a bit, the Indian players. But we will wait for now. Only half of the tournament is over, Robert.
Yeah.
Do you think the second half is more important than the first one?
No, because I think if you have a bad first day, then suddenly you're like, I have to win. It puts a lot of pressure on you, not just from the outside world, but like a chess perspective. And so I think that, if you get off to a bad start, it's very difficult to come back from. So like, there are 5 rounds left. That sounds like a lot, but it's a lot for players who have 2.5 points like Paulina, but not for players who have half out of 4. That's already, I think, almost mathematically, Humpy already cannot win this tournament.
Right, but she can at least save some of the confidence that she probably has lost because of a bad result. And you always want to end the tournament well, no matter how it went so far. So I'm sure she wants to give her best. And I actually believe that the second half is more important than the first one. Okay. So we will find out.
It's our first disagreement.
We will definitely find out in the rounds to come.
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys soon. We'll go for a short break and see you in round 5.
Yeah, and these were the results. Just to remind everybody, Divya, Wenjun, Polina Shuvalova, and Savitha Sri. So very decisive round. But the players are going to take a break, so I think we will very much do the same. But when we return, it will be the 5th round of the Rapid Chess here at Tata Steel Chess India. And we return here for the fifth round of the Tata Steel Chess Festival. It's the women's rapid event. Somya, we've had 4 excellent rounds thus far, but we only have one leader, and I think it would surprise many.
She is the surprise of the tournament itself because she was not supposed to be here. She's here. It's a surprise for the players that they are playing against her, and it's a surprise for all of us that she's doing so well, but not for the ones who have been following her games. I mean, Divya Deshmukh is a fan favorite in India, also known as the CEO, Robert.
Yeah, and she's playing like a boss right now. She's got 3.5 points out of 4 games. But she's playing one of the other youngsters in the field. So she's playing against Savitha, who just won a nice game against Nino. And it's too early to talk about spoilers and things like that. But I think for Savitha, she's not looking to spoil Divya's tournament. She's looking to get to a plus score herself. And the game has just begun. And there are many eyeballs on these two because I guess there's a conversation that needs to be had at some point. Today, officially, Gukesh passed Vishy. It's the first time in 37 years that Vishy Anand has not number 1 classical rating in India.
Yeah,
so that's a huge deal. Pragnanda met the Prime Minister, but now we might have to be starting to talk about, I mean, Humpy is struggling here. I don't want to say it's like, the downfall of her career, nothing like that. But these youngsters, they're showing their might, and maybe we're seeing a changing of the guard, at least the process of it, in the women's chess here too.
Yeah, I mean, definitely I think the women's chess in India has not looked better ever since Humpy and Harika were discovered. I think this generation is really showing what it means to be fearless, to break all boundaries. And in the men's section, as you said, Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, all of them already crossed 2700 while being below 20, some of them being below 18.
Yeah.
And these like, just look at the quality of the games and just look at the attitude. I mean, who would think it's Divya's first elite tournament? Just looking at her body language, look at Savitha, like, they simply don't have those limitations in their mind, and that really helps.
And I love that Humpy showed the world that, right? She was not limited by her gender. She became over 2,600. I mean, of course, she faced so many obstacles, but the point is that Humpy has inspired so many people, and we know that, in fact, the journalists were all flocking to her during the opening ceremony, asking for her thoughts, because just like, Vishy, Humpy's been another inspiration, and I think, as you said, the players, some of them have idolized Humpy since their childhood. Now they get to face off against her, and now we have 2 of these youngsters squaring off for big prizes in Kolkata. And in this game, we can talk about the specifics for a second. I mean, Divya showing zero fear. This is a very topical line these days where you castle and still bring your pawn up to h5. It's unusual to see chess like this, but it's common. And then played b5, going after her opponent's king. So, Somya, at first glance in this opening, I've played it from the white side many times, but I feel like it's just a fascinating battle. Do you think that Divya is playing this just because it's her repertoire? Or do you think she just feels not invincible, but feels like the CEO?
She does. You have to talk to her to find out about that. But also, I understand Divya's strategy because Divya doesn't usually play the Karukan. Mm-hmm. She has played it, but she doesn't usually go for it. She goes for the Sicilians. But Savitha, on the other hand, is a fixed tripoter sort of player. So I think Divya has chosen her opening well. She expects Savitha to go for this setup, and she simply goes for the Karukan against Savitha. Also, it's a type of position that suits her and Savitha, both of them. I mean, both of them prefer open positions, but Divya especially, loves to attack. We always refer to the h4 move as Divya's move on the streams because she loves to go h4, h5 in all kinds of positions. And here as well, we can imagine black going for a5, a4, a3.
Yep.
Why not? Because white has castled long, and even though she has castled short herself, she goes h5 anyway.
Yeah, this h5 move is very common, and it's because the queen and bishop were attacking the pawn, and it could have gone to h6, but going to h5 actually stops white's attack. It's very difficult to orchestrate a g4 push with a pawn on h5, and this knight is on e2 rather than on f3. So that means that it's a different strategy. And if this knight goes to g3, sometimes you can even push the pawn up to h4. So it's a very interesting moment right now for Savitha. While she thinks maybe we should take a look, we'll definitely focus on this game throughout the round, but maybe we should focus on some others for the moment.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at how Vantika is doing. Vantika is playing Irina Crush, Vantika with the black pieces, and both of them had a tough game. They lost their fourth round. And what do you think of this position, Robert?
So far, it's pretty standard fare. We see a pawn structure that is not symmetrical, and that's really important in chess to note that the material, once again, is equal. 6 pawns for each side. They both have a pair of bishops and a knight. But look at this. A pawn on c3 and a pawn on d4. A pawn on e6, a pawn on b7. The pawns are not on the same files, which means the queen can stare down a semi-open file to the pawn, and it means that for white, at some point, you can use a semi-open file. I typically like these positions from the black side. I just feel like this pawn structure is a little looser. This pawn on e6 is well defended. A pawn on b6 with a bishop going to b7. It's hard to attack black's setup, and I feel like white's just a little bit more vulnerable.
I know, and the hanging pawns in the center, even though they are in the center, they are still hanging.
Yeah.
They can be attacked. When you push one, the other becomes weak. They are friends, but they don't have any other friends.
Aw, that's so sad. They got only one friend in the whole world?
Yeah, I mean, for now, unless
Are
they
they best,
manage
are they best friends at least?
unless they manage to become best friends
Okay,
and
okay.
help each other promote.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be difficult for them.
Well, that really did make me a little sad. Yeah, I feel
okay.
I feel for these pawns. Now I want to be their friend too.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's. We will have Robert rooting for these pawns, and we'll see if they actually promote or not. But yes, hanging pawns. The good part about hanging pawns, as far as I know, is that you also get a lot of squares.
Yeah.
Thanks to the controlling the center, and you also get a lot of initiative. So even though positionally you're worse because of the pawn structure, you get a lot of compensation in terms of activity and squares.
And often what happens is white castles and brings a rook to this open file, and you could even see rook lifts at some point, or the queen trying to go for checkmating attack. So there, as you said, good space for white. But this game early on, why don't we go to the game between two of the stars of Indian chess? We have Humpy taking on Harika Dronavali, and normally when we look at this matchup, we're thinking this is for first place of a tournament. This is some important Grand Prix or a Women's World Cup or somewhere. But unfortunately for them, they've struggled. And for Humpy in particular, she's half out of 4. Harika has 1.5 points, so with a win with the black pieces, difficult to achieve, but that would put her right back into the middle of the field.
Yeah, and in fact, Harika does have a good score against Humpy, even though most of their games are drawn. But Harika has scored some good wins against Humpy as well. So this match could go either way, because Humpy is playing with the white pieces, which is definitely an advantage. On the other hand, with her situation in the tournament, it's not very encouraging, but maybe it encourages her to fight even more than she would have otherwise.
Yeah.
So it could be either way. I feel like if she managed to calm herself down in the break and pull herself together, that would really make a difference. What do you think the players do in the breaks, Robert?
Well, they have a really nice lounge.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm jealous. I'm sitting here, I'm like, hey, can I also go to the lounge? It's really nice with the kind of exposed brick and then all the lights on the wall. So I think that they probably go there, but that can be difficult too, because all the other players are hanging out there, and if you just lost to somebody, you see them, you're like, can you leave? I don't want to leave. I'm comfortable. So it's hard when you play 3 rapid games in a row. You don't have much time, and then you're gonna play 9 blitz games in a row. You just don't have really time to reset. And I actually was gonna ask you, because you know these players so well. You've played against them. You're friends with them as well. Like for Harika, who's having a minus score, how do you think she's feeling at this stage of the tournament? 1.5 out of 4 is not the worst result ever, but it's not her usual standard.
Yeah, definitely, and it matters so much to both of them, not only to Harika but also to Humpy, to perform well in India, because they get so much support from the fans here, and they want to they do well all over the world, but to have a tournament in India means so much to them, because we didn't have this level, these kind of events in India earlier. It's only now that we are having the Tata Steel Rapid. We had the Olympiad last year, of course. So it means so much more to them to perform in front of their home crowd, family and fans. And so it must be very disappointing for them right now, both of them. For Harika, I know that she's right now in a better situation than Humpy. She has 1.5 points and she has a chance to come back in the tournament, even probably win it. For Humpy, as we discussed, it's just about gaining that confidence and finishing the tournament as well as she can. But this game is also quite important. You know, it affects the rankings.
Yeah.
I mean, they're professionals and they have to also consider the rating and the rankings at the end of the day.
I was going to ask you, because these two have played each other many times over the years. Is it a rivalry? Like, how intense is the competition between the two of them?
I think the rivalry is more portrayed by the media. I mean, they're actually friends.
Yeah.
But they have become friends only now because they are both experiencing the same things, marriage, motherhood, and that's definitely brought them closer. I remember Humpy used to always travel with either of her parents, especially her dad, when she was single, and now she usually travels by herself. And Harika used to travel with her grandmother, in fact. I mean, that's very sweet. She even made a very nice reel about it. Everyone should go watch it. It's very cute.
A reel on
Yes.
Instagram?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
I'll show it to you after the stream.
Okay.
So her grandmom used to travel with her, and now both of them travel by themselves. So they're each other's friends, especially in cold European winters.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And I think, as we know, there was a training camp. There are team events coming up.
Yeah.
So chess is one of those fascinating disciplines where, on one hand, you're an individual professional. Most of the games you play are for yourself, but India does take the team element very seriously, right? There's the training camps going on. Then they're playing here in the Tata Steel Chess event. Then there's the various team events.
The World Team Championship
yes.
starts on 6th.
Yeah.
They fly out on 5th. And as far as it's not clear if Humpy's playing, because it's not yet confirmed, but Harika is definitely in the team, and they will also play, both of them will play in the Asian Games.
Right.
Humpy has already played in the Asian Games. Chess is back in the Asian Games after a gap of 13 years, and Humpy actually won the gold medal for India back in 2006 with Hari and Shashi. So great memories there for Humpy, and I'm sure she's looking to get that win back again. And it's been also a tough routine for them, no? Like attending the camp, first the World Cup, then the training camp, then this tournament, then go to the World Rapid, World Team, and then the Asian Games. It's a lot of
so
chess.
much chess, yes.
Yes.
And we're going to ask the chat.
Yeah.
We'll make a poll. Mm-hmm. Who is going to win this game? Or it could be a draw, of course, but we should get their insights. And I guess a relevant question is, I mean, they both probably have huge support from the fans, but when they play each other, do people usually root for one or the other? Or it's just, whoever wins, wins?
We'll find out. We'll find out.
Yes, so get involved, chat, and we will come back to this game. It's still a pretty locked position, no real pawn tension just yet, a couple trades. So why don't we move to another game? We haven't checked Wenjun. She's just behind Divya in second place.
Yes, 3 points out of 4. Getting an important win there in round 4 against Vantika. Very well played game, by the way, by Wenjun. So classy. And also her game against Irina was wonderful. The defense against Humpy as well in round 2. I mean, she's really got going in this tournament. She's, of course, the number 1 seed and the world number 1 in rapid rating.
She's doing it extremely professionally. She drew her first 2 games to black against Divya. It wasn't even really a game, and Divya expressed her disappointment, but for Wenjun, she's like, what am I supposed to do? My opponent's forcing a draw. I have to accept it. And she drew Humpy before that. So I feel like those 2 draws, then 2 wins in a row, it's a great start for her. And in this game, it seems like a very nice start. White has a pair of bishops because it's clear a bishop was captured on f5, and the g-pawn took back. Now, that's not necessarily a bad double pawn, because what black has is great control over the center, but what black also has is a potential target in some of these lines. With a queen coming to c2, black for sure will push this pawn to e6 at some point, a knight to e4. But my thoughts are that white should be better. I see the engine off the side saying white's slightly better, but some people like the dynamics for black.
Yeah, I mean, I've never understood these pawn structures. I'll just be honest, because the pawn on f5. I mean, I'm so unhappy to put it there, but then I get it. Like you get e6 and you protect the pawn, and how do you attack it later? And you get the e4 square as you mentioned.
Yeah.
So you have some compensation for it. I also don't know exactly how to play against it. So it's a position I don't understand or like from either side.
I think everyone in chat understands that exact feeling. They're like, so I see it. It should be good, right? Question mark. I don't know what to do, and I get this all the time, even at my level. And for everybody watching, every chess player is a work in progress, including Magnus, including Hikaru, all the best players in the world. They are continuously striving to learn more, and this is not the most frequent pawn structure that we see, and it's hard to assess because black gets a rock. Pawns are protecting one another, but white also has the bishop pair, and that's a long-term advantage.
So it's interesting, Wenjun, you mentioned about, different pawn structures, and Wenjun is someone who sticks to certain openings. With white she goes for the reti and 1d4, with black QGD more often than not, and sometimes the King's Indian. And then there are players like Harika and Divya who play everything under the sun. So what do you think is do you think the chess world is a mix, or it's more of one type?
Yeah, it's a good question because some people do have a very specific style, but then there are players, especially at the top level, they play everything because you don't want to be predictable. I think some players, they do stick to their repertoire. Maxime Vachilegraf, who will be here in next week for the Rapid and Blitz, he is someone who is more predictable in his play. He plays the Najdorf, he plays the Grunfeld. You expect him to play into Berlins. So he has that very strong repertoire, but it gets repetitive. But other players, it's like playing, dodgeball or something. They're like moving away. They're a moving target, and I think that style, like we see from Magnus, players commonly try to avoid opponent's preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. So here, Rook B8 played by Polina. She has activity for her pieces at least. I mean, that's the only thing is that knight on d7 is doing not much, but it will come to b6, I suppose, even a4 if allowed. And then the bishop gets even more restricted.
Yeah, no, this is a good idea. This knight goes to e4, maybe the knight goes to f6. Superfluous knights is what they're often called because they're fighting for the same squares. And I do think that this position is, again, slightly better for white, but still black has no real targets. That if pawn takes d5, we take with this pawn. That pawn otherwise would be a target. So I think that black's pawn structure being so solid here keeps her very much in the game. She's ahead on the clock, but I think Polina will now sit for a little bit of a think, so maybe we can keep on checking out the other games.
Absolutely. Let's go to Anna Oshanina's game with Nino, because we didn't look at that yet. Anna Oshanina is playing white. Nino, of course, had a very tough last two games. I mean, she's lost the third round and the fourth round, but she started really well, showing some great prep against Paulina, which she actually mentioned to us off stream.
Yeah.
And wonderful game. If you haven't checked it out, you should after this stream. And now we have this position on the board. What do you think of it, Robert?
I just like the last two moves that were played because b6 looks like a big blunder if you take back on d5 like you'd normally do. Queen takes c6 and hanging piece, and then knight b4 happens, an intermezzo hitting the queen, and this pawn will be captured next. I think that it's a very interesting decision. I think it's an exciting opening from black's perspective. You don't have a symmetrical pawn structure, and now Anna's in the think because she's trying to figure out, where do I move my queen? There are several squares that look reasonable. Queen b1, staying on this diagonal, and to not allow this bishop to f5 eventually. Queen d1, back to the starting square, likely to kick this knight out next. So it's not an easy decision because the game takes a different turn depending on where you move your queen.
And even though we went knight b4, we definitely want to take back on d5 with the pawn, not the knight, because then we allow white to get e4 if we don't have a pawn on d5, which is what white wants in this kind of structures. So knight b4 was simply a defensive move more than an anything else.
Exactly. It's make sure you don't blunder a piece, and now
Yes.
that the piece is safe, you will take back with the pawn and then move your knight back if it's attacked. So I think it's a very reasonable start for Nino. And once again, Anna gets herself down on the clock. I don't know if she's ever been ahead on time in this event, but she did win last year, so
Yes.
I start to trust her that she knows exactly what she's doing when she should use the clock. But she did also spoil a winning position against Polina yesterday because of the clock.
Yeah, definitely. And do you think players like keep ruminating over the spoiled positions in the next round, or they're over it? They must be. They have to be.
You're supposed to be, but so have you ever played in Blitz tournaments and stuff like that where you're playing a game but you're still thinking about the game that just happened?
It happens to me a lot.
Yeah.
Too many times.
So this is one of those moments where everyone should do as we say but not as we actually do. So if you're playing in a tournament with multiple games a day, you have to reset, refresh, and get over it. But if you're like us, we say that, and then when we're playing, we're like, oh gosh, how did I blunder that pawn, and how did I misevaluate the king and pawn in game? So we try our best, but we don't always succeed.
You know, my dad, he doesn't play chess, but like whenever he wants to send me any kind of supporting messages during tournaments, he's always like, don't think about the last round, don't think about the last tournament. You know, it's always these kind of instructions. I mean, it's very sweet, and I think they're very useful. Let's go to Savitha's game against Divya. It's been a long time since we checked it out, and looks like
Whoa.
a lot of action over the board. Divya has managed to activate all her pieces except for the bishop on c8, but it's coming to f5.
Oh my goodness, this looks unbelievable for black. So if we just go back to where we left off, it was this position. White went d5, saying, please take me on d5 because I'll take your pawn here, and then open up the d file for my rook. And this is actually a very instructive moment. c5 was played. And you may think, doesn't that just give away a pawn? The answer is yes, it does. So why wouldn't black take a pawn for her troubles? But the difference here is not only can you take on b5, you can also play this move, bishop h7. It's a bit tricky because if the king goes out, normally you trap the bishop, but there's rook takes d5 ideas. The bishop's under attack. Rook takes h5. It gets just very dicey in this position, and I don't think black is typically happy about the position opening up to this extent towards the black king. So instead, we saw the move c5, giving up a pawn, but saying, I'm going for the attack. When you don't have pawns, you have open files. What do rooks love? Open files. You know what doesn't love a rook on open file? A king on that side of the board. So, Soumya, I have to say, given Divya's clock, she's well within, maybe not her specific preparation, but she understands these positions very well.
Absolutely, well pointed out. The clock 22 minutes and 38 seconds is a lot to have after 16 moves in the game in a not a typical position that you get over the board. Like these are, the ideas are just flowing for her.
Absolutely, and this rook e5 move, it looks very suspicious. Can I just play bishop f4? Not so fast, because this bishop and this bishop are in a line. That was white's whole point. But after rook takes e2, your queen's under attack, and when you take bishop takes f4 is check. You get two pieces for rook. That's a great advantage for black. So I love the way that Divya has handled this. Then she goes knight b6, because there's no longer a pin on this knight to the rook. Then the bishop moves again, and then c4. Hello, is that bishop almost trapped? No, it has c6, so barely gets out of here. But as you point out, bishop f5, that's a big idea. I love black's position.
Yeah, it's just so much easier to play as black here. She's got everything going for her. All, when she must have gone through this opening, or when her coach must have taught her it, he must have told her, you have to first get your pieces out, get this pawn structure, then get the open file on b file, then get the rooks out, and all of it has actually happened. I mean, that doesn't occur very often in a chess game.
No, and this is the type of position as well where you see Savitha down to just over 10 minutes. I think black in quicker time controls wins these types of positions a huge percentage of the time, because, and you see another move was played. This bishop, it went to d3, took a pawn, so it went there, then it went back to a4, then it went back to b5, and now up to c6. The bishop keeps moving over and over again. It was loose on the b5 square, but bishop f5 comes with tempo, and once the queen moves here, if I could play queen a5, I might just win. Like if my queen could somehow break through the knight.
Yeah, in fact, the bishop actually took a pawn on b5. That's how it got there. So basically, Kasparov said this, right? Like when you sacrifice something, you gain time. And even though white picked up the pawn, she lost so many moves in that process. The bishop was stuck on b5, kept getting attacked or being threatened to be captured, and had to move several times.
Yeah, it's kind of like eating a chom chom on a full stomach. It looks delicious, it's tempting, but maybe you shouldn't have done it. So that's what I'm seeing. Bishop take the pawn on b5. Now it's moved a bunch. And bishop f5. I think Divya could win this game within like the next 5 moves, because I'm already looking and I'm thinking I want my queen to a5. Let's go to a6, and this is just a checkmating attack.
Oh my god, queen c8, queen a6 is a wonderful maneuver, and Divya is great with handling attack. So like, she's in total beast mode right now. 21 minutes on the clock. She's not taking any time. Savitha is getting lower and lower on time with 10 minutes. We will come back to this game shortly because too much is happening in other boards as well. Let's go to Wenjun's board against Shuvalova. Their pawn structure has changed completely.
Okay, so we'll switch to women's world champion Wenjun with the white piece against Polina Shuvalova. And all right, so what happened? A trade on e4 and the f5 pawn replaced a piece that was there. It's an endgame, so that means that some of the weaknesses are hard to attack. If we had a rook, then we could go after pawns more easily. So I don't see a way through for white just yet, but I do feel like this bishop needs to maneuver. This bishop on g2 is staring into what looks like an absolute brick wall, so perhaps going around to f1, maybe c5 to keep this pawn on the light square, but it's a long story to get all my pieces around.
Oh, c5 is a very nice move, and then you also go queen a3 and bishop a5 maybe, and yeah, it's actually, at least you don't give black the counterplay that she wants, right. And even the bishop on g7 is restricted after c5, so black will definitely try to break with e5, and then our d4 pawn is well protected with the bishop on c3, so we are okay.
Yeah, but it allows black to play e5, and if I don't play c5, e5 is not a possibility because the d5 pawn is loose. So it's one of these things where I gain some space, but I allow my opponent to strike in the center, and that's a trade-off that I think if you're Wenjun, you don't really want to allow. And now that I've said the c5 idea, it is black's turn, but I don't really want to play it anymore.
Yeah, sometimes it's one of those critical positions, I guess, that, but it's black's turn to move, so it also depends on what black does. I mean, black has an option to play queen b6, for example, and go into a pure minor piece endgame, or stay in the middle game. And if she chooses to stay, then what does she play here?
But it's such a big question, because the queen b6, do you actually want to take my queen on b3? We talked about this in another game, and she played queen b6. But let's say I pass, and I'm going to make a move h4, and we're going to put queen takes b3 on the board. Does black actually want this position? Because now I am more afraid of this idea, where I try to undermine your pawn that's stopping my passed pawn.
I would be a little concerned about c5 here, because the bishop on c3 is hanging, but probably it doesn't mean much, because okay, I allow you to take back, right?
But you just actually figured something out that I wasn't looking at, that if I play c5, I'm blundering, right? Because you can take and then take on c5 and the bishop is loose. So I actually wasn't looking in that direction, but now that you pointed out, that's a really big point.
Yeah, and it would anyway be a draw, I guess, because it's an opposite color bishop, but we don't want to get there. Oh no. So queen b6 on the board, and we will wait for Wenjun to make her move. Until then, let's go to Humpy and Harika's board and also have a look at if the poll is up on the chat.
Oh yeah, that's I asked chat to get involved, and I have no idea what they voted on. So we should ask them what they think, but then they'll probably lie. They'll say, "Oh, this person won the poll. This person won the poll." So it's impossible to know.
Yeah, I don't see the results yet, so we will wait for some time. But this is the queen on b3. What do you think? There's an isolated pawn on d4. Definitely in Harika's favor, no?
Yeah, this pawn on d4 is something that is a long-term weakness, and what we typically want is get a rook to d5. If we could get our rook up on that square blockading the isolated pawn, there's going to be an advantage for black. In the meantime, Humpy is going after the b7 pawn, forcing black to defend a little bit before she can activate. So this is the game between Humpy Koneru and Harika Janavali, the Indian legends, both of them having subpar tournaments by their lofty standards. And I'm with you. I think that black does have the edge. I think Harika is better, but just by a little bit for now, and I think it can grow later.
Yeah, and Humpy did manage to turn around a dubious looking position in the opening and middle game against Polina into a very equalish endgame, but then, of course, it went out of control. But I would say that Humpy is like, I mean, it's clear to me that Humpy is very good at defending from even from her games here where she's not in her best form. So I understand that the engine is giving equal, but black's better. But I feel like Humpy might be able to hold this. That's my feeling.
I think she would love to make a draw. If it was offered now, she would take it in a heartbeat because it's the type of position that if you give black a couple moves to coordinate, then it's just going to be better for black. And she just made the move d5, so she's trying to trade off the center, and that should result in an equal position, even if there's still life left in it.
Let's go to the other games, Robert. Shall we maybe have a look at Vantika's board?
Okay?
Vantika playing Irina Crush with the white piece, with the black pieces.
Yes, because Vantika lost earlier today. It was a tough game against Wenjun. And here we see with the black pieces, we talked about this before. The hanging pawn structure, it does look good for black. This bishop on b7, a monster staring across the board. The queen and bishop are lined up for black on the dark squares as well. So, Soumya, I'm looking at this, and I don't really see white's plan. I think that white at some point has to play c4, but you do get that vulnerable pawn structure. And Vantika here on camera, she's calculating. She's trying to figure things out. She's also even on the clock, and that's very important because sometimes Avantika has been very low on time, and that has not helped her cause.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very cheerful sign that she is even on the time. It's sort of a big deal. Must be giving her more confidence. Bishop f4, a typical move in these kind of structures with hanging pawns. You want to undermine the c3 pawn even more by exchanging the dark squared bishop. But of course, if you take on e3, then white takes on e3 with the pawn, and then white is super happy to get the center.
Right, because then those two lonely friends get another friend, and then you can push the pawn to c4 and have a pawn protecting the d4 pawn. So this tension is very fascinating because white doesn't really want to take on f4, and black doesn't really want to take on e3, but at some point the capture will almost certainly happen.
Right. So let's go to Wenjun's game, or maybe before that, let's have a look at Anna versus Nino because we haven't looked at that, and there also we have a hanging pawn situation with the pawns already a little more advanced. The pawn is on c5 and not c6, and white doesn't get b4 easily. So that's one of the main breaks in a hanging pawn situation. But here, of course, it can be taken by multiple pieces. Actually, it looks great for black.
Yeah, it feels like white hasn't made very many moves, but black did. Remember, everyone, we left off, black brought the knight to b4 to save the piece, and then after the queen dropped back, the knight eventually did work its way back to a6 after it was kicked. But white ended up going queen back to c2, and it feels like white is cramped here. This knight doesn't really have good squares to go to because of this pawn. I would move my queen off the d file. That to me is very clear. I don't want to walk into any pins. This knight c4 is an option with the queen on d8, but if I move my queen to c7, no longer is that available. So I think queen c7 would be my choice of move, also attacking this knight on e5.
Yeah, fantastic. In fact, I was just looking, it's only 15 moves and she's already made 3 queen moves by now with the bishop still on c1 and rook on a1. I mean, yeah, it's clear why white is worse here because she has not completed her development, nor has she got anything much in return.
And the clock. Oops. Anytime we watch Anu Ushanini's game, we should make sure. I'm going to start doing it, looking at the clock first. She's down to 5 minutes and 45 seconds.
That's huge. That's huge. I think Anna has just not got going this time. I mean, the clock situation is a clear indication. Like, usually if you're in flow, then the moves, the natural looking moves at least are played as fast as possible.
Right.
And here she's taken too much time in normal looking positions and gone very down on the clock in the first 15 to 20 moves itself. So that's a worrying sign. she definitely needs to pick herself up again and start playing faster. Like someone needs to message her and tell her to simply play faster. I actually heard Temo Rajabo say this in the candidates, where he finished with a bronze medal, and I think you were commentating.
Yep.
Yeah. So he said that initially he started like really badly, and then he said someone messaged him that if you're going to play badly, at least play faster. And that advice helped, obviously.
Yeah, it does make a huge difference, because if you get a lead on the clock, then your opponent doesn't have time to calculate all the moments. And black's moves are easier. Rook d8, rook c8. I see easy moves for black, and white's development isn't so straightforward. So why don't we leave Nino? She's thinking now. She has much more time, so we can leave her to it. But you'd want to go back to Paulina's game against Wenjun, because I think you spotted something.
Yeah, but it looks equal now. It does. But white definitely has a pair of bishops, so it's more convenient to be white here. What do you think?
Yeah, so it did happen that the queens were traded, and then your knight c5 move was played. So this pawn can take a knight, but then you lose your bishop, and that's immediately going to be a draw. So instead we saw b4 played, and the knight ventures out to the rim, which we typically don't like, but it can go right back to b6. That said, bishop a6, bishop b7, these pawns are on light squares. They're very vulnerable.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly the pawns, like the c6 pawn is isolated. The d pawn was extremely useful. It was defending the e4 pawn and just helping black's pawn structure. And now after d into c4, we definitely prefer white, even though white also has a weakness on b4. So we can attack it with bishop f8, knight to b6 and knight d5, or knight to b2 and d3 as well. Yeah, it just feels like white is slightly better in this position. Just easier to be white here.
Absolutely, and we see Wenjun on screen here. If she can get another win, she would jump to 4 out of 5. So she'd go from 2 draws to 3 wins in a row. And she has played some nice technical endgames. The way she beat Irina Krush, she was better with the bishop pair, and then Irina blundered. But it was a blunder that was probably in part induced by the stress, the difficulty of the position. And Wenjun, I mean, if she can win this game, thankfully for Divya, she's already played Wenjun, but it seems like Wenjun, she's on that ascent that will be very difficult to stop.
And she's so extremely calm. I mean, none of that, fully focused pose, none of that fighter pose. She's just so calm. I'm just trying to observe her. Her body language doesn't give out any sign of nervousness. Polina as well, but Polina looks more focused and concentrated. I think Wenjun has too much experience playing high pressure games. I mean, 4 times world champion, that means something.
Yes, and well, somebody who she'd like to catch is Divya Deshmukh. So let's go back to Divya's game against Savitha, because earlier when we were there, it seemed like Divya was on the verge of a win. And wow. Okay, what
happened here? White has just played b4, so we can actually take on b3 en passant.
Oh, I was like, wow, this actually looks pretty locked up. Now it's hard to attack. But c takes b3, that feels like it's going to be a great move. You can also play a5, because of b5. Isn't this checkmate?
Wow, that would be like the picture of the day.
Yeah.
Bishop 8. We should put it up on our social media.
What's this called? Boden's mate? I always forget the names of the checkmates.
I have no idea either. It's important to know what it is rather than know the name. So
for sure. I mean, it's not checkmate because the queen blocks, but if you have to give up your queen for a bishop, you're clearly completely losing. So if we just go back here, a4 was played.
I mean, your move, queen a5 was in the air, and that's why a4 was played, hoping that it could be a defense. Yeah, knight c8 with the idea to play queen a5.
Just completely winning. I said queen c8 to a6. You said queen a5 first. That's a better square. A crush here. And she just did take the pawn en passant. King goes up to b2. So now you have to find the knockout. Queen e7, bishop a3 looks very tempting. A bishop moved.
Oh, knight b6. Yes, of course. And now bishop takes, queen takes. Okay, I mean, you also lost the dark squared bishop. Rook e4 coming in. Oops, this is impossible to save. And after queen c5, queen to a3 as well, there are too many threats and impossible to defend this. Maybe knight d3.
But knight d3, even probably just taking it is at the very least is good.
And f2 hangs in the end. This is definitely Divya's game to win, and there is no doubt that she'll convert this.
No, but Savitha only has 1 minute, so maybe this game will actually end sooner than we would even initially think. Because Divya, this is the type of position that she can play with her eyes closed. She's completely winning. She should, if a complication arises, sit and calculate, but her moves are very obvious. Queen c5 is going to lead to checkmate, so we may in fact see a handshake any second now.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight d3 on the board, but bishop d3, as you mentioned, also picks up the f2 pawn. Is there anything else that black can go for?
Well, we see the CEO is leaning over her board. She's ready to strike, and this would be such a big moment for her. To go to 4.5 out of 5 against this competition, completely unexpected, I'm guessing even for Divya.
Yeah, she must be so proud and full of excitement and butterflies, I'm sure. I actually saw her in the break, but we didn't speak, but she seemed so happy with herself. She's doing really well. And for Savitha, yeah, tough game.
Very, very tough game, especially after a win in round 4.
They actually look identical, no? Like same pose, same shirt,
Yeah.
Same team, of course.
Yeah. It's both CEOs,
They both are a part of the Asian Games, Indian team for the Asian Games, I suppose. It's not, and also for the World Team Championship in Spain.
Mm-hmm.
So they both actually trained together just before this tournament.
Yep.
Yeah.
A lot of crossover there, but she took the pawn. She took the knight on d3,
and now
then she took the pawn with check, brought her queen back, and just rook e3, bishop e5.
This is another thing about having opposite color bishops, that is just so much harder to defend if you're under attack, because your piece on c6 is completely useless when it comes to defending your weaknesses.
That's right. People often think of opposite colored bishops, oh, it's drawn endgames, but it also leads to vicious attacks, because the best thing to do would be to put this bishop on d4 to defend your king, but after rook e3, queen d4, we can just trade queens and then use the e5 square for the bishop. Also, h2 is hanging in many positions. If you allow my rook to the second rank, your king is in check and I can push my pawn. This is completely one-sided game from start to finish, and Divya, I think you give her a chance, she pounces.
Yeah, exactly. I think very well described there. I mean, when she knows what to do, she just goes and does it and calculates everything and just wins the game and comes back, and not even take much time. She has 16 minutes on the clock versus 1 minute 33.
And she understands, or even against Nino, when she was in a bad position, she understood how to shut down most of Nino's activity. And then when it was even, that the tide turned at some moment, and it didn't seem like Nino fully recognized it, but Divya was like, I'm not losing anymore, and now I can even play to win. So this would be another great victory for Divya Deshmukh. An unfortunate second game of the day. It's the 5th round for Savitha Sri, but Savitha still, she's fighting each and every game, and Divya made a move. It looks like I'm gonna guess it was rook e3, but I'm not certain. But rook e3 and queen d4. So it's just a matter of time before she wins. We can go to a different game if you find one that's very interesting, and of course we'll keep an eye on this.
Yeah, I think let's go to Humpy and Harika's game. I wouldn't say it's very interesting, but it might end soon. So maybe we should just have a look at what they're doing. It's a very, very equal position with rook coming to e2, maybe rook d2 or knight d2, one of the two moves.
Looks like a lot of pieces are going to be traded off.
Yes, and I think they will soon agree for a draw. So, good result for both of them, I would say. Big relief.
Yeah, and we had the poll, and I was told that 80% of people said that Harika was the favorite in this matchup. And Harika had the better position in the game. She's having the better tournament, but this game should be a draw with best play. We just saw the move rook d2, offering more trades.
Wow, the audience does know their players. That's a cool prediction. And let's go to maybe Anna's board because Nino has managed to push d4 as well right now, and Anna down to 3 minutes. I really like Black's position. What about you, Robert?
Yeah, it's a position that is more fun to play for black because there might be an attack brewing against the king. If this knight could get to g5, there are always these weak light squares. But strategically, white is definitely better. And the a5 pawn is loose, so knight c4, I don't even know how you defend this pawn because under attack twice.
Can I play a strange manual like knight c4, a4 and... Okay, a4 loses... No, a4 is not hanging yet. So bishop a5 and then some knight to b6. It doesn't make much sense, right?
Yeah, we'll see if that happens. I mean, right now, Anna Ushenina down to 3 minutes remaining, so she's going to have to figure it out. But
oh, can white actually pick up the pawn? Because
I think so. There's
there is no good discovered knight move.
Yeah, this knight would like to go, somewhere over here with a discovery, but knights are slow-moving pieces. I think you can steal a pawn.
Wow, that was unexpected. So actually, Anna will be better after knight c4. She will simply be a pawn up, even though Nino is better on the clock and her position is not that much worse. Even though she will be a pawn down, she has so much compensation. She has wonderful pawns on c5 and d4, and the diagonal h1 to a8, and ideas like knight e4, knight g5 coming in.
But it's what you keep talking about with hanging pawns. As soon as you push one, that square is permanently available to this knight. I'm going to change the color because I can do that. This knight is going to be in blue, and you can't kick it out. What your best move is like to push the pawn back, not allowed in chess, and that is the danger of hanging pawn structures. You push one, you give the square next to it to your opponent.
The best move actually would be to simply adjust the a6 knight to b6, like
yeah.
Be very sneaky about it.
Yeah, or just push this one over here or something like that.
That would be just so convenient.
Too obvious, though, right? Like this is okay. We'll trade knights. This is your knight's under attack. But no, this is definitely a position that strategically white is doing perfectly well in. But dynamics might favor black as the game continues. So should we head back to a?
Yeah, let's go to Divya's game because she is an exchange up and we can see resignation. We might see resignation coming in any time.
I'm going to quickly just figure out how this happened. So the queens were traded on d4. The pawn had to take, otherwise the second rank check would have been devastating. It was very direct. Two threats, the rook directly on d2 and the rook on a1. Yeah, this is just clean.
Very clean, yeah. And d6 and now... Actually, you don't need to do anything because d7 will be met with king e7. There is no big threat. So you simply push your pawn, f5, f4, f3, f2, f1.
Is there, okay, and then there's no more pawn to push. I was going to say f0. We pushed the pawn all the way, but you see every single arrow, it's just one by one the pawn is going to go the other way. And it's very important to note that d7 is always met by king e7, stopping the passed pawn in its tracks. So this is a very straightforward win for Divya. She is calculating, not because she's worried, but it's just one of these positions where you might make a mistake and you just prefer to avoid that. So, okay, look at this.
Yeah, rook d3. Bishop is now stuck to defend the d5 pawn.
Yes, and you can't stop the pawns that are coming this way. So there is no threat for white. That's the key. d7 is always met by king rushing to d8, so you can play rook h3 and take this pawn. You can do whatever you want. She just goes right for the pawn.
She's showing such great technique, such great quality chess here. I mean, very, very impressive. Everybody's watching. I expect a lot of invitations for her, to be honest.
I hope so, because the way she's playing here on short notice is exceptional.
Yeah, and this is exactly the wow.
Yeah, 4.5 out of 5 for Divya Deshmukh.
Wow, she must be so happy with her win as well. She deserves it, and in the lead, Divya Deshmukh, she might even take the lead with 1 point because Wenjun doesn't seem to be winning her game. It's an opposite color bishop endgame against Shovalova.
So if this game ends in a draw, that's great news for Divya because a full point lead over the closest trailer, that's a lot at this stage. There's only 4 rounds to go.
Can I tell you a secret? Nobody
Yeah. Wait,
asked me.
Is it a secret if you're telling everybody?
Now it's no more a secret.
Okay, so, but yeah, I'm listening.
Nobody asked me, but before the tournament started, I thought that Divya was the dark horse
Yeah.
because everyone was like betting on the tournament, like higher rated players, of
Yeah.
course. But I know Divya is very strong. She's just underrated, So I mean, I've seen her play in so many tournaments. I've played her 4 times already in the last 1 year, and she's just improved in every time I've played against her. And she's so confident, for someone her age. For me, it's very shocking to see, and also it's a good shock. It's a pleasant surprise that she's so confident and she works so hard on her game. So I expected her to do well here, and I'm very happy for her.
Wow, yeah, no, she is a phenomenal player. And you said you've faced her 4 times, so you know from experience how challenging it can be to square off against her. And she's going to be thrilled looking at this game. Not only did she win a very lovely game, and now she could take a little bit of a rest and prepare for the 6th round. She looks here, and this is why we keep talking about opposite-colored bishops. We saw in attack, thanks to opposite-colored bishops, but here in an endgame, white is up a pawn, and a bunch of moves just trickled in here. White is a pawn ahead, and what you really need to get is some of that second pass pawn. White is up 2 pawns. If we cut the board here, right, white has 2 extra pawns, 5 on 3, and then black has a extra pawn on the queen side. So white really needs to somehow spring free those passers.
Wenjun did win a fantastic opposite color bishop endgame against Li Tingge in her match, but the rooks were still on the board. That's the difference.
Huge difference.
Here it just might be so much more difficult to actually win the game, but who knows? Maybe, as you pointed out, f5 looks dangerous, no? Scary at least. I would be scared to face it unless I can calculate a line that gives me immediate equality.
I like the move f6 for black because I want more trades. And one of the big reasons why, and I know white is up 1 pawn, but if white is left with this pawn, and there's the
she
h3
does
pawn,
go f6 and h3.
if we look at this corner and this bishop, they don't match. And that's a concept that I bring up a lot in my commentary. It's unfamiliar to our newer players, but if you look up theoretical endgames, if all that's left is this pawn on h3 and this bishop and the king just stays in the corner, it's a draw. So I want to trade pawns because if I trade pawns here, and let's say this pawn takes, and I can get rid of these 3 for this pawn, this pawn, this pawn, and the bishop somehow, I give you pretty much everything away. As long as I get rid of those, I will make a draw.
Nice. So you think it doesn't matter if white gives up the e6, black gives up the e6 pawn as well, if as long as all the pawns get traded and white is left only with the h pawn.
To show a very quick example of that, let's say we get to this position. I'm not recommending this exact line,
Right.
but I just am trying to show everybody what I'm talking about. Is that if you go f6 and I take, this is immediately a draw because I put my king on h8 and you have the wrong pawn. So even if I give you my pawns like this, we get here. You take this one, you take this one, this is still a draw. You see zeros, the engine says nothing because that's a theoretically drawn position because you can't kick my king away, that would be stalemate, and I stay in the corner. So I'm just pointing out that it may be a far way away, but that's something that Polina should have in the back of her mind.
Yeah, definitely. She must have thought about it. And also, just want to share that Humpy and Harika have already drawn their games. So 2 games are over. Divya with the win against Savitha and Harika with the draw against Humpy. Do you want to look at Vantika's game against Irina?
Let's do it. Because Vantika, if she wins, she will be a point behind Divya. She entered the day tied for first with Divya Deshmukh with 2.5 to 3. She lost the 4th game against Women's World Champion Wenjun. And now Vantika with the black pieces against Irina. She's down time, which is not ideal.
But not much, no? 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes difference. It's okay.
Yeah, it's not the worst thing, but
Yeah.
I would take white for sure in this
Right.
position because I think I like Irina's last move. She wants to shorten the pawn chain, and it won't be a pawn chain, it's an isolated pawn, and then rook b1 and go right after it.
And she managed to bring a friend along for the C and D pawns. So now they're happy. A5, nice move there by Irina. Very typical undermining black's pawn structure. And now knight d6 will be met with knight ab6 as you mentioned, and then maybe rook to. That's the point of knight d6 actually. That after a takes, we can't play rook b1 comfortably because the c4 pawn will be constantly attacked. Even if we support it once, the bishop comes to a6, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not easy.
Not easy at all. It does look pleasant for white, but as you just pointed out, the knight hits c4, the bishop can join the party. This rook can also maximize the pressure. So maybe it's just enough for Avantika to hold on, and Irina starts with knight d2. I actually like that she's not taking here, because black will never take on a5, that just to show the evaluation bar change after b takes a5. What? There's no change? So she can play b takes a5? To me that looks so bad, but somehow it's not.
Probably bishop a6 comes on time because after, let's say, rook a1, bishop a6, rook to c1, maybe the other rook comes to c8 and we get the c4 pawn.
Yeah, I was actually thinking that I would, because of that exact line, I thought I would start with c5 instead of rook a1, and then I'd kick your knight back. I don't even know where, let's say here, and play rook a1. This just looks so good for white.
Yeah, this looks amazing. What is the knight doing on c8?
But
oh, it comes to c6. I get it. Knight e7 and knight c6.
And e5.
E5
Yeah, another game with e5. Shorten the pawn chain, bring the knight around, as you said. Okay, this is honestly surprising to me, but I think the way that both players are playing makes perfect sense. And there is a time and a place for b takes a5, apparently.
The quality of games is very, very high here. I mean, they are just showing such instructive chess. I want to go to Anna's game as well because she's down to 1 minute versus 5 for Nino, and it's a very complex position. The rook is on the 7th rank.
Let's look. So Anna Ushanina, the winner of last year's rapid event here in Kolkata. Whoa.
I mean, there are so many tactics in the air. The knight f6 is not possible because of the knight on d5 and queen on a6, but you have to look out for it. Rook on e2 is wonderfully placed. King f1 will be met with rook h2. So you can't really kick it out unless you trade it with rook d2, I guess. Oh, h6. Nice move.
What a calm little move. I'm looking for all sorts of tactics, and it's just simple h6. Why not? And queen f5. There's no knight e3 because of the knight here. I thought knight e3 would just win the game, but this knight is very importantly placed here. Does white have a threat? Like, if white had a free turn, what's the move going to be?
Oh, that's great. Knight into c5.
Okay, so pawn is hanging.
This is such a complex position with 1 minute on the clock. But Anna has been doing very well under time pressure. You know, she found such amazing defensive moves against Polina yesterday. And she converted a very equal position into winning. Unfortunately, they anyway drew. But she found amazing resources there. So maybe she understands what's happening. And knight d6 as well is a threat, no?
Right. Yeah, knight d6 going after the f7 pawn. There's rook on e2. It looks super powerful, but it doesn't actually threaten anything right now. In fact, it's kind of stuck in enemy territory. So for Nino, perhaps it's a more difficult position than I immediately thought, and she's spending time here to figure it out. So a lot of the games now are just in time trouble for the players.
Yeah, let's. Do you want to stick to this game, or can we go to Wenjun's game quickly? She has played f6, so let's just. Maybe they'll finish the game soon. So, do you want to see what happens here? Because if white takes on f6, then it's an immediate draw. But is it like?
Yeah, because I can just put my king back on e7, and my bishop and king will stop the pawns.
Right, and the king cannot come to c6 easily because the f5 pawn will be constantly attacked.
Yes.
And if we defend it with the bishop, then the pawn on a5 starts promoting.
I think the only thing that black should not do is take. It's funny. I was just showing how that's a draw with that specific variation. But if you just leave the tension, there's nothing that white can do. Like, white does not have a passed pawn. And if you play e6, let's say I let you play e6, I just play bishop b4 and I go back and forth, kind of thing. And there's no way that white can win. That's the problem with opposite colored bishops. If this bishop on b3 could jump to c5 or to f4 or something like that, I could start trying to push my pawns. But it is not possible as black teams up on a square and you cannot inch forward. So we are seeing Paulina play great defense, bishop b4, king d5, sorry, bishop h4, excuse me, king d5. The king's just going on a walk, not actually threatening anything. So this game should confidently be held by Paulina.
Let's have a quick look at Vantika's game as well. She's down to 8 seconds.
8 seconds.
it's not. It's still complicated, even though it's end game, so to speak. But it would be more appropriate to term it as a queenless middle game because there are so many pieces and pawns over the board right now. It's not too hard. No, it is hard for black. It is. She's a pawn down. I just noticed.
I think what just happened the last few moves since we went away is after the bishop went to a6, there was a trade, the rook went up, and then look at this move, rook a1. Back rank checkmate. Yeah.
That's why you should always make a escape square with g6, not h6, because that would also...
Yeah. This move, rook c8, actually was a losing move, and part of the reason why is this pawn needs to be defended by a knight in some of these positions. Passive defense still is defense. Instead, rook went to c8, rook a1, and just to show you that takes, not to sound like Hikaru Nakamura, but takes, rook a8 would be a back rank checkmate because once the rook blocks, you simply take it, and there's no escape for the king. So instead, we saw the bishop retreat, and then simply rook b2. The knight and the bishop defend the pawn enough times. And so, this is now looking very, very nice for Irina. She's just simply up a pawn and can push at leisure.
Oh, it's a wonderful position, especially with the bishop against the knight. Having pawns on either side of the board really help the bishop, the side with the bishop, because the bishop is a long-ranged piece as opposed to the knight. But the pawn structure also favors white so much. It's so hard to decide in less time as to whether you want to stay passive or become active, and that's exactly why the time matters so much in critical positions. Let's also quickly go to Anna's game, which is also extremely critical. Nino down to 45 seconds against Anna's 1 minute.
Okay, let's take a look there. 45 seconds. She hasn't moved.
Do you think the DGT is stuck because she hasn't moved?
So Nino has... it's possible that Nino just is frozen herself because it's such a difficult position. And we do see, I think Irina and Vantika just traded minor pieces. But...
if we can have a closer look at the camera, just try.
Yeah, Nino looks like she is thinking. So she's probably nervous about the position and doesn't see a good square for any of her pieces.
Yeah, the queen this is the life position. Oh my god. So she hasn't moved.
She just did. I saw on camera she went queen e6, so she gets a move off in time, but she spent almost all of her remaining time. She went down all the way about, seems like 3 seconds. She had 5 minutes and went queen e6, and I understand why she spent all the time. She's down a pawn, so now she's trading queens. Don't your coaches tell you when you're down material you don't trade? But that is the sign of an exceptional chess player. She realized this doesn't feel good. I don't want to be in an endgame. You're not really an endgame. There's only piece on the board. But this is my best opportunity. So queen e6 is good recognition, and black is worse. No questions about that. But definitely still in the game.
Yeah, and definitely still in the game also because of the time situation, because blunders can happen so much more easily in less than 30 seconds on the clock. Rook on e2 still alive and posing some discomfort for white, but we also didn't notice that the rook is trapped after king f1. What is the defense?
Yeah, I guess d3 is a possibility at some point to go. Oh, king f1 now, for sure. She's going to have to sacrifice an exchange on b2, but that's going to be losing. So you found it, and she walked right into it. King f1 traps and wins the rook for just the minor piece.
Wow. So Anna Ushanina, another big advantage while she was under time pressure herself. She managed to turn it around. We'll see if she can convert this. I just want to quickly look at the other boards. What's happening we know that Wenjun's game will most probably be a draw. What's happening in Vantika's board against Irina?
I imagine...
I think it's so much better for Irina. Like, the pawn on f5 is also so loose, and the king coming to d3 supporting the pawn on d4. What happens if we double on the d file?
The rook would just slide back. Yeah.
And also, does rook d6 work here, or is it too much?
Yeah, it's definitely an idea, because this is a sneaky move, trying to win the pawn on d4 by this manner. So rook d6, I probably wouldn't play it just because of the pawn structure. I think, by the way you asked the question, I know you also don't want to do that. I am wondering if you can get away with rook takes f5, but I think in a time scramble I would not want to do that.
Rook b4 just feels safer and calmer, and then she does go rook d6.
And the engine, it goes down a little bit, but it doesn't hate the move. So rook take d6, pawn d6, rook e6 is what I would do, and it seems like that's what Vantika's going for.
But rook endings are always tough to convert into a full point. I mean, this is not even an outside pawn situation. The king is quite close. It might be winning, but it's going to be tough.
Very, very difficult because the black king is in a perfect place and the pawn's not over here. You'd in these rook end games, because the king needs to play a part as well, you want the pawn to be distant from the rest of the board, but the king is very, very close to the action, and that should give black very good chance to survive even if white eventually does win the game.
Wow. So we could have either a draw or a win for Irina in this board. We saw that Anna was completely winning against Nino. Let's have a look at Wenjun. No, but they are just, let's quickly go to the board and have a look at what's happening there. But I think they are playing the same position for a really long time with 3 minutes for both of them on the clock.
It's a draw even without this pawn, right? You just play bishop d6, bishop g3, bishop d6. That's all you have to do. So she doesn't want to give up the a pawn. There's no reason to do that. But it's a very straightforward draw for black at this point. White's pawns on light squares with the light square bishop, they cannot make any progress. It's a dark square blockade.
Wow. So this game will definitely be a draw. There is no chance
Yeah, they shook hands.
of a blunder. Yes.
Yeah, you know, just as you were saying it, they shake hands and agree to the draw because no chances of a blunder is right.
Okay then, a decent result for both of them. And let's go to Anna's game. Nino has managed to still survive it, but the rook on f3 is again trapped. Why does the rook keep getting trapped in this game?
Oh my goodness, the second black rook to get trapped, it's going to force rook f2, and that will just be captured. And once the trade happens, it's immediately a win for white. And we see the last couple moves. I'm sure we will see a resignation in the near future because it's all happening fast.
Yeah,
and
there
it
it is.
Yeah, Nino, she's struggling right now.
I think the dinner with us didn't work, Robert.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nino. You know, we thought we'd be good company, but instead it just led to problems.
I hope she can get herself back in the groove. She did mention that she's enjoying her visit to India, so maybe the good mood helps her to recover faster. And Anna, of course, much needed victory for her. She's been struggling in this event. Of course, she was completely winning in the third round yesterday, which she managed to not win and make a draw. That must have been very disappointing, but to get this win in is so crucial. I think she will find her form back.
Yeah.
And we will see her have more time on the clock in the next rounds.
She does it back to an even score, so she's in the middle of the pack. And Irina Krush, who has also had a difficult stretch, now she has the white pieces in a pawn-up game against Vantika. I don't think that Irina lost on time, so we'll see an update as soon as a move is made.
That would be too much of a coincidence. I mean, two players losing on time against Vantika in a normal position.
Yeah, so this is just a pawn-up position. You see the eval bar saying that white is completely winning at this stage, and I think the reason why is that this pawn is able to distract the black king just long enough, and if this king has to make a step this way, the white king can start progressing up the board. These endgames still are tricky. The eval bar doesn't tell the full story, but objectively it should be a win for Irina.
Yeah, I really like the point you made that if after d5, king goes to d6, the king comes on the king side, the white king, and if the king goes to... Okay, they chose another plan, but I was just trying to understand that after d5, king f6, we have rook c5 and rook c6, so we capture the third rank. Okay, Vantika. Okay, now the eval dropped. Why is that? Because
so here's where it dropped. The best move was h5 and king something like this, which is
impossible to play.
Now rook e4 is very, very natural and apparently a mistake. And I guess now white is in this really awkward position where she to bring her. It's a draw all of a sudden. It says it's an equal position.
Rook endings are so tricky. I mean, who's going to guess that it's a draw? Like just in 3 moves, nothing changed. The pawn structure didn't change.
But black is so much more active. That rook was somewhere back here. Now it's on d3, hitting f3, hitting d4, and suddenly...
What is the problem with king h6?
The king gets stuck over there. It can't get out, and the rook is trapped.
Wow. Wow, this is so instructive. I don't think I have seen too many positions like this.
The rook is completely trapped here.
Yeah, because of her own pawns, similar to Nino's game. But here Vantika only makes a draw because she's already materially down. And king f6, rook a3, rook a8 will threaten rook checkmate on h8. So the king goes to h7 and then black gives a check on a7. It will be a draw.
And we acknowledge that the DGT boards seem to be having an issue with the clocks because Irina has
Okay.
not lost on time. Don't worry about that. She did just make a move. I wonder what it was. It'll come in any moment
Yeah,
now.
maybe we can try to zoom in on Irina and Vantika's board on the screen, like have a bigger view. So king f6, this is the position on the board. I think they repeated a couple of times, and
King
king h6 was played. No, Irina pushed the pawn to d5, king e5, and king already was on h6.
Yeah.
And d5, king e5, king g5 is the position on the board.
Wait, but then that's winning for white all of a sudden. So it looks like
And king d5 has been played. King d5 has been played.
and so rook takes it. No, but this is completely winning for white now. Oh,
Yeah, now she took king into f5.
Yeah, the moves are streaming in, it seems. But yeah, this is just an easy win with the outside pass pawn.
Yeah, I think we will go back to that moment maybe where Vantika made the mistake, but she had a draw in hand. She had defended fantastically. Here also it would have been close to a draw if the king had been on g7 instead of on d5, because it's very hard to win with the f and h pawns unless the king is cut off on the 8th rank. But here the king being on d5 just doesn't help.
Yeah, and it's one of these positions where it looked like she had great defense, and then she went wrong for one turn, and it just completely allowed Irina to win the game. Now it's simple because there's an outside pass pawn that Irina can just push.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, chess is all about one move. It just, everything changes. No matter how well you played the whole game, you have to play it well until the very last move. Otherwise, the result just tilts. Wow, this is fantastic actually for like Irina, but very sad for Vantika. Even though she played a great game, she has a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, it was a struggle, and Irina had the upper hand throughout most of it, and then Vantika found a way to activate her pieces, and the moves are trickling in slowly but surely. And yeah, this should just be simple for Irina to push her pawn up the board. It can't be stopped, and unfortunately for Vantika, she looks pretty upset on camera here, but there's a lot to learn from games like this, playing against a really strong opponent in Irina Krush.
Yeah, definitely. And also playing till the end probably helps you release the tension, like inertia, like, you know, all the negative energy. You leave it at the board and you go back trying to think about the more positive and positive things like what?
Just not, she's, maybe doing just that. It's a bit surprising because she's down a rook and a pawn.
Okay.
There's a resume. Yeah, I think she's doing what you were saying, just
Yeah.
like trying to get over the game. And Irina does get the victory. And just to quickly bring the moment back, because it was a tricky situation for Vantika at this moment. A d5 was played, and unfortunately,
d5 is a interesting move.
it was a great try. It was a really, really good try, and it actually caused the fatal error on that turn, and there wasn't much time in it. But for Irina, that was a big win. But at this moment, rook takes d5 was the correct plan. I think she was probably worried about some rook checks, and it's not a straightforward draw. It's still a lot to prove, but it would have objectively been a save. But when she brought her king out to e5, that allowed the white king to escape the box. There was opposition. Now the king gets back, wins the second pawn, and then it became easy.
Yeah, I mean, chess is just very, very tough to understand, especially rook end games. And she'll learn a lot from this end game, that's for sure. I mean, it was so difficult. I mean, it was completely winning for white over here, let's say. Like, maybe a move earlier.
Right.
Here, we were
Looks
so confident for white win. Then she decides to go rook d6, and we were like, okay, this is not easy, but still winning. And then they reached this endgame with the king boxed in, and d5, a fantastic move by Irina actually.
Yeah,
very resourceful.
It made the path very narrow for Black to draw. She chose the wrong one. She lost. But for Irina, that's a big win for her. It gets her back into the mix of the field. And we had many decisive results for another round. The fourth round had 4 decisive results. This one had 3 decisive results. And somebody who keeps on winning, who seems to be unstoppable, is Divya Deshmukh. Wins with Black over Savitha 3. That was a one-sided game. Anna Uchenina, that was a tough game against Nino, but she trapped not 1 but 2 rooks in that affair. 2 draws by Humpy Koneru and against Harika Dronavali, a draw between Wenjun and Polina Shuvalova. Some slight advantages perhaps, but it was never out of the balance. And then Irina winning that long game against Vantika. So with our standings after round 5, Divya Deshmukh in first place by a full point.
Yeah, it's fantastic for Divya on 4.5. Wenjun following her but already having played her. They made a draw in round 2. Wenjun on 3.5 points and Polina on 3, and everyone else is on 2.5. 3 of them, Irina Crush, Vantika and Anna Oshanina. Then Savitha and Harika on 2, Nino on 1.5 and Humpy on 1. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
That's the standings for now, and we have round 6 coming up.
Yeah, we do. Round 6 is in just about 15 minutes, so the players get a little bit of rest. And I think for Paulina in particular, that was probably a very energizing save to draw with the black piece against Wenjun. She's in third place, and if I'm not mistaken, she hasn't played Divya yet, so
No.
she does have a chance to chase down the leader.
Yeah, she does. And for Divya, I think the momentum only helps. I mean, she's doing well constantly, so she just needs to do whatever that she's been doing so far, continue with that. And for Vantika, definitely very difficult to get over this game, but I hope she can pick herself up in the break. And we will also get a quick bite and be back with you in a few minutes.
See you soon, everybody. We return here for round 6 of Tata Steel Chess India. It's the women's rapid tournament, and there is one clear leader, and her name is Divya Deshmukh. Soumya, it's surprising. We've talked about a lot at this point. You are the only person who seems completely unsurprised by Divya's success.
Yeah, I just know her very well. I know how strong she is. I've played against her 4 times. I've trained with her, have been in the same team with her last year in the Olympiad. So I, of course, know that she's capable of showing such results, and I'm glad that she's getting the opportunity to show that to everyone who doesn't know her yet.
Yeah, the word opportunity is a good one because in this type of event, you see there were bigger crowds earlier, but they probably left for the evening, and there's also a chess festival going on, other tournaments, but it's a huge opportunity on a national stage, and really an international stage, but it's so great to see the youngsters, they're shining in this event, and Divya Deshmukh, she's leading the way, but the pairings for the 6th round, they're never going to be easy.
It's not easy
No.
in any round. Divya, in fact, plays another youngster whom we are also very impressed with in this tournament, Vantika Agarwal. Divya will play with the white pieces. Of course, both of them were teammates in the Olympiad last year. Right now, also, as we've been mentioning, they're training together, all of these girls, for the Asian Games, for the World Team Championships. So they just had a training camp before this tournament. And the other big matchup is, of course, Harika versus Wenjun. Wenjun is trailing Divya by 1 whole point.
Yeah, so now it's when the compatriots become friends and they help each other out, because if Divya keeps up her momentum and Harika can take down Wenjun, that means that Divya could really increase her lead in this round. And we also have Polina. She's in 3rd place. She's got 3 out of 5, but it's really becoming a closer competition for just a couple people, as some people are really struggling, like Humpy.
Yeah, definitely. Humpy having a tough tournament here. Humpy playing against Nino in this round. Both of them had a tough. Nino had a very, very tough day today, but Humpy as well. So they must be looking to end the day on a bright note. Humpy is with the black pieces, of course, and then there's Savitha playing against Anna Ushanina, who got a very important victory in the last round.
Yeah, and Savitha, she had a good start today, beating Nino with the black pieces, but Anna just got a victory of her own. So we'll see who is able to come out on top in the 6th round of action.
Oh, we see the move has already been played on the board. D4. Divya opens with D4 and Vantika thinking, because Divya actually is mainly an E4 player, but she also plays D4. She plays everything, and she has played a lot of Trompolsky. She's played a lot of Veresov, but she also plays some of the main lines. So I think Vantika is choosing between her pet King's Indian and Queen's Gambit declined, which one to go for, and that's why she's taking some time.
Well, also after round 5 with Divya's preparation, I would be nervous playing her too. I was like, okay, how do I avoid that kind of killer preparation that she showed? She won a really nice game with the black pieces in that Karakan. So yeah, this is going to be a big moment for Avantika, who's, she's had a tough day herself. She started 2.5 out of 3. She's in shared 1st place. People were talking about Divya, people were talking about Avantika, but right now, Divya keeps floating up, and unfortunately for Vantika, has had 2 struggling games and finally has made some moves in this one.
They haven't been updated yet, so we will come back to this one. Let's go to Harika's game against Wenjun, who's who's trailing Divya by a point right now. They have Ragozin on the board.
Yes, in this game here, there's a knight on c6, and that's how you know it's a Ragozin, because the queen checked the king while hitting the bishops. The knight had to step out, interposing. But this knight on c6, typically we like our pawn on c5 challenging for the center. How do you feel about this opening in general?
I've just seen too much of it at the top level lately, so I think it's okay. Otherwise, the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, this is such an intelligent move. Queen a4, stopping black's idea of playing c5 directly. You force black to play knight c6 first. But then I saw that black has this idea with bishop d6 and pawn to e5. And after seeing some top level games, I realized that it's okay for black. not much to worry. What do you think, Robert?
Yeah, it's just weird. I'm always looking at this knight on c6. Now, I wish I could challenge the center more, but look at how White played. White put the queen out on a4 check, then brought it back to c2 to protect this knight on c3. So this is normal theoretical stuff from these two players. Black has several options here. I think a lot of people would be tempted to play knight e4, but it's not a particularly good decision at this moment. You're actually not threatening anything. The knight is pinned on c3, but it's defended twice, and White can continue with her natural development. So I think that for Wenjun, she's likely to make a move like b6. This bishop doesn't have anywhere to go on this diagonal, so oftentimes it will go to the queen side. And also b6 does allow this bishop to safely go back to d6, because otherwise c5 would be an option. But with the pawn on b6, it stops White pushing.
And in fact, I just remembered that Wenjun actually played the Ragozing and against Temur Rajabo in the Champions Chess Tour last year, and Temur went for the Queen A4 variation as well and lost against Wenjun. It was like, of course, a very big result. So she's had so much experience with this line. Curious to see what Harika has prepared. I didn't look into her phone, I swear, but I did see her checking her phone before the game and preparing. So maybe she did a small pre-game preparation in the break.
I'm guessing so. Even just to refresh, to look at a few files, just to see, if in case you don't remember anything, I think it's a good idea. But the break is needed. The rest, taking a breather in the lounge. But yeah, so far normal stuff. The knight did just go back to e7. That allows the c pawn to push if you'd like. And Black's also venturing towards the king side. So it's an interesting start to this game, but why don't we keep hopping around and go to our other boards?
Yeah, let's have a look at Savitha, who's playing against Anna Oshanina. Anna with the black pieces. Looks like she's played the Philidor.
Okay, let's look. Savitha, she would love to end her day with a win, and this kind of reminds you of the game between Paulina and Humpy, but that game the king was on the queen side, but I'm just looking at this initial setup and that seems familiar. So it is a Philidor. Black aims down the e file. White has the semi-open d file. White has more space thanks to the pawn on the fourth rank and the knight in the fourth rank. All of Black's pieces are stuck in the first three ranks, but in general Black is really solid.
Yeah, but I love playing the Philidor with White. I mean, I have the center. What's there to complain? Black is the one who has to suffer with less space, trying to understand where to put their pieces. I always prefer White with the Philidor. And the best part is that there is no fixed plan that you need to go for as White. You can choose, you can long castle, short castle, put your bishop on c4, e2, sometimes g4, go with g4. And here, Savitha goes for the most solid choice with f4 and bishop f3.
But we see the players on camera here. They're really, really focused. And for Anna, she had that win in the previous game against Nino. If she could get another victory, she'll get to a plus score. So this is a big moment for her, as she is the defending champion. She wants to mount that comeback. But yeah, you said f4 and bishop f3. And whoa, c5. What a committal decision with your d6 pawn backwards now.
Permanent weakness, no? I mean, unless you get d5, which is hard to achieve because of the knight on c3 and bishop on f3, queen d1. Wow, this is very specific. I mean, you need to obviously go knight c6 on the next move. What else? But where do you develop your bishop? Do you go bishop g4?
I think it really depends on White's next move, because there are two options that I see: a knight b3 or knight e2. If the knight's on e2, maybe I go bishop g4 at some point. If the knight goes to b3, maybe I put my bishop on e6, knight on c6, and I could even consider taking the knight on b3. So it is going to be dependent on White's choice, and I think I'm preferential to knight e2 and maybe knight to g3 in the future. But I like the ambition that Anna's playing with. And remember, we always talk about her time trouble. She has almost as much time as she started with. I think she's realizing that she needs to quickly pick up the pace.
Yes, absolutely. And it's so important to put pressure on your opponent, not only on the board, but also on the clock, even in classical chess. So, of course, in faster time controls, it matters even more. And especially, for Savitha, we were discussing, it was her first victory in this tournament itself today, and including last year.
Yeah.
So, Anna would like to, put a psychological pressure on Savitha as well, right? By playing fast and using all her experience.
Yes, because Savitha struggled last year. She said during the opening ceremony, she really wanted to do better this year. She's playing in both events, the Rapid and the Blitz. So she had a good start to today. The last game didn't, go her way, but it's a fight right now. Early stages, both players have chances.
So let's have a look at Savitha's opponent from the fourth round, the one that she won, Nino playing against Koneru Humpy with the white pieces. Both of them having a tough tournament so far, but they've not resisted from finding it out in the opening. It's a complicated position, no?
I think that most people at home don't realize it's even material. Both players have 7 pawns because look at where black's pawns are. Doubled, isolated C pawns here. And this comes from an opening. I'll just show you how we got here, where black strikes in the center and takes his pawn on C4. And when white pushes to E3 to get the pawn, nope, my arrow's off, to get the pawn back, then black says, yeah, have the pawn with b5, a very ambitious choice. It's becoming increasingly popular because you get a bishop check, the knight has to retreat to stop the check, knight d5 with the tempo against the bishop. The bishop doesn't even have to move, the queen comes up to c2. This is also a problem, that's why the bishop couldn't move. And now black decided to, not decide to do anything yet. You can take on f4, you can bring a knight to b6 at some point, you can develop this bishop, but c4 and c7, these double pawns, how do you feel about them?
Yeah, I don't like them. I want to play c5 as soon as possible because, I mean, if white wins the pawn on c4 with the pawn staying on c7, not getting c5 at any point, I mean, white has achieved everything that they want in this QGD structures, no?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that in these positions, sometimes black has to sacrifice a pawn because c4 is so weak. But it allows you to play around it. You gain a lot of space for your pieces. And just to show an example, like let's say you take on f4 and play bishop b7. Don't take this pawn on c4 because white is up a pawn. But this is
ugly. Oh my god.
Ugly is putting it nicely. That's very polite of you to call it that. Oof.
Nobody wants to play this pawn structure ever. So actually knight f4 is a possibility now that you mentioned it, right? Because we were looking at a similar pawn structure in the previous game, but with the pawn on g3, for black, so the g pawn came to f4 and d4 and f4 was supported with pawn on e3, and that was fine for black. But here the pawn will move to f4 from e file, and the d4 pawn will be isolated.
Yeah.
So why not go for it?
Yeah, I think that Humpy's considering, is it worth it? The knight applying pressure on c3 as well, because you can be tempted into something like c5, queen a5, this kind of idea, going after the pin piece in this direction. But I'm completely with you. I would play bishop b7. I think white would play bishop e2 and develop. And c4 is a long-term weakness. It won't be gathered right away, but white is probably just trying to quickly castle, put a rook on d1, and say, my pawn structure is a little bit compromised, but yours is definitely worse.
Okay, so this is going to be a very, very dynamic game, we can call it that, and we will come back to it. Let's have a look at what Divya is doing against Vantika. It's again a similar, that we are looking at this pawn structure a lot today with the pawns on f7 and f5, and Divya goes for d5 break. It was a Trompowsky. Okay, then, yeah, this is one of Divya's pet variations. Usually she uses it as a surprise, but it's not a surprise anymore. And there we have it. She in fact used a lot of it in the Indian tour of the Champions Chess Tour. She used a lot of Trompowsky, and she actually did very well over there as well in that tournament. And yes, we have the knight d7 and d5.
I like it.
You like it, no?
Yeah.
Me too, for white.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because this is a big moment. I think black has to play c5. You cannot allow this trade, as this bishop on g2 will roar on the diagonal, and c5 allows white this pass pawn on d5. So I don't think that it's losing or anything. Of course, it's still a normal position. Black's not even much worse, but I just like having the coordination that white does, and black hasn't finished development yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good version of the Benoni for white, because you want the bishop on g7 and a pawn on d6 instead of the bishop. which you don't have anymore.
No, you want to blockade the pawn with the pawn and put the bishop on this diagonal. The bishop can eventually reroute, but that will free up access for the d pawn to push.
Yeah, unless you get the pawn d7 knight to d6, then it's okay for black. Otherwise, this is definitely not what we want. Do you think? Oh, she has played c5.
Yeah.
Oh, then we have this position on the board, and actually Divya has played a lot of Benoni with white, so she has like these specific variations against specific openings. And yes, I think she's very comfortable here with a4, and she won't even allow b5, right? I mean,
no, never. Absolutely never.
And knight goes to c4, I guess. Knight d2, knight c4. Oh, this is great for white, actually.
Yeah, she's many options. And if black plays a6, then white plays a5, and this structure usually is good for the side. One pawn clamps down on two, because if your push en passant happens, and it's not the end of the world for black, but you have this ugly looking pawn structure, so it's not objectively bad, but it feels kind of bad.
Yeah, it's just difficult to play. And also, we must note that Vantika doesn't play Benoni herself, so it's a new position for her, unfamiliar, and for Divya, she's more comfortable.
It's a really good point, though, because if somebody does not play this style of opening, to trick them into it is important. And I'm going to go back to literally the first move of the game, that sometimes if people don't play the Caro-Kann, but they play the Slav defense, this is the Slav defense. But if they don't play the Caro-Kann, and then people play e4, now they can get tricked, because then you get into this position, which is what's called the Pana-Botvinnik attack of the Caro-Kann, and they may not feel comfortable here. So tricking your opponent into some kind of opening that they don't normally play, it happens quite regularly, and it's a really good idea. But Vantika is a strong player. She can think on her own 2 feet. She brings her knight to f6. I'm looking already, at some point I would like to go knight b5. I would also like to bring my knight around, but if I play knight d2, I do have to consider at least bishop e5 at some moment, though right now the knight quickly reroutes to c4.
Yeah, I mean, white's moves are just easier to make, but probably Vantika will find her way. We'll come back to this game. Do you want to look at Shuvalova playing against Irina with the white pieces?
Let's do that, because Polina, she's found herself within striking distance of the podium. She, in fact, is in third place, and wow, f5. So what is happening here? Even material, right?
Oh, did you notice the opening, Robert? It's your favorite one.
It is? Oh, we have an Alpin Sicilian?
Yes, and can you imagine this position coming out of the Alapin?
No.
I would have guessed it's an English.
And we'll see how we got it. So d4, pawn push early. We saw this actually yesterday, and a take on d4. And this is a clever intermezzo. A lot of people think, wait, this is really bad for white. You take on d4, but then bishop can take this knight on a3, ruining the pawn structure. But instead, white quickly plays knight b5, threatening knight c7, which is a deadly royal fork, winning the queen. So the queen drops back, knight takes d4, and we see some trade. So black's pawn structure is compromised, but white had to spend a couple turns with this knight going all over the place. Right? How many moves did that knight make? It made 4 moves.
Yes, but it got something in return. The black's pawn structure was ruined, and bishop e2, and I mean, white can have a nice, happy positional life for the rest of the game.
Yeah, but positional life is met by tactical life, dynamicism, and this knight on e4, bishop on b7, staring across the diagonal, f4 potentially at some points a bit of a strategic risk. But I like the activity that black has here.
Yeah, definitely. Now that you show it, like f5 and f4 coming in, the bishop on b7 looking at g2. Yeah, black does look like she got a lot of activity in return for the... And also the pawn on c5 cannot be attacked anymore. I mean, if we could have gotten a piece on c4 instead of the pawn on c4, I think it would have been better.
Yes.
But now it's completely fine for black. She's got more advantages and almost no disadvantages due to the pawn structure.
I like what you just said, though, and it's very instructive for our viewers that you said knight on c4 instead of a pawn. When someone has an isolated pawn, you almost always want to put a knight in front of it, because what a knight does is it blockades the pawn, but also stares over it. So that's the power of the knight. But the pawn here, this is just a static pawn structure. Nothing's going to change over here, and I think that black has some active play. I don't know if you're going to play g5. I think Polina, if she were black, she would play g5. But I'm thinking outside the box for a moment, and why not go for an attack?
Yeah, actually, I mean, g5 looks great. Bishop f6 also is possible. Oh, g5, bishop f6, queen g7.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Wow. Why not?
Yeah, it's not our game. If it's not good, then you take it back and say, play something else.
Oh, this is going to be a fun game. We will come back to it. Do you want to look at Nino's game against Humpy, because they've also like had a big shift in the pawn structure.
Okay, let's go there then. Nino and Humpy both having bad tournaments thus far, and it looks like it's going from bad to even worse for Humpy. This move is a very sad one to play because the bishop, the pride and joy of black's position, is now blocked on the diagonal. So we left off right here with queen c2. The bishop was captured. Bishop b7, bishop e2, very calm play. Queen f6, hitting this pawn and putting pressure on d4, but simple move, queen a4. Hitting the bishop, pinning the knight. Knight e5 becomes a threat, and unfortunately for Humpy, she reacted in not the best way. She went c6 at this moment.
I get why she played c6, because she wants to castle and the knight on g7 was hanging, and also knight e5 was threatened, but even then you wouldn't want to ever play c6 in this position. Maybe no. Queen I don't know, queen e7 is too passive.
But I think she was worried about this, right?
But then rook d8?
Yeah.
Or rook d8 is okay, right? I don't see another. Maybe bishop c4 she doesn't like, but then queen e4, right?
Right. I think black is okay here, but she naturally was a bit scared, probably, about something like this. But we see the eval bar saying black is fine. And it's clear to me that the game continuation is bad for black, right? I think she knows that. She realized, oh, I'll lose a pawn, I'll try to survive this. I guess black can play knight b6 now and not even lose the pawn right away, but it's just much worse for black.
Right. Maybe she hopes that in the future she can always give up the c pawn, the c6 pawn with c5 and open her bishop. So it's just a temporary concession. And if she can save the c4 pawn instead, then it's not even a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, it just feels like white is going to simply castle. The knight can come up to e5. At some moment, if knight b6, there's always queen a5, which is super annoying to make c5 less good. And this knight will jump to e5. I feel like white has the
move, like controlling all the squares and not allowing any breaks in the position. Yeah, definitely Nino enjoying a bit of an advantage in this game. Which game do you want to stick on? Like, let's go to Divya's game versus Vantika, because Divya is leading the tournament. It's an important game for both of them.
Pretty dream position for Divya. She understands this so well. She's up on the clock. She rerouted her knight to c4, kind of like what you were saying in the arena game. Like, let's get a knight in front of that pawn. It stares over the pawns towards this bishop, but you don't want to take that bishop. That's a mistake that a lot of people would make. Okay, I put my knight here. You see the advantage completely gone because black applies all of this pressure with a rook coming to d8 against this d5 pawn. So taking on d6 would be a huge error. I don't think she's going to do that. And instead, she's going to... would you say that Kasparov said? You take a pawn, it gives your opponent time.
Yes.
So taking on d6 gives the opponent time to double on the d file very quickly. But if this queen is here, it's like queen d7, rook d8. It's quite a long journey.
It is, but I'm also trying to figure what next for white. I mean, what's our plan? Because usually the pawn on f5 is on d6, so we get e4
right
as white, which is the typical idea in Benoni. And here, of course, we never get e4. f3 would be terrible to play. Bishop g3 is, of course, losing on the spot, but even if g3 were defended, f3 is not something you ever want to go for. So maybe you concentrate on the queen side. Do we play a5 here?
I don't know if I play it now, but I would definitely think about it because a5, there could be a bishop a6 idea that we need to keep in mind. Mm-hmm. So perhaps queen b3 first, just to prepare a5 as best as possible. That comes to mind. But you're totally right to look at this side of the board. And black can't really play a6 because then the b6 pawn will be a quick target with this queen b3 idea. And there's an easy way for black to lose a piece. like in a bunch of different positions. Let's say by knight b5, and you bring the bishop back to e7,
Oops.
d6. I wasn't even trying to trap your piece, so let me not trap the piece. Because that can even take back on g2, but if I go here and d6 still, the point is that your bishop on b7 is loose, and if you take on g2, I take here, and actually you technically don't lose a piece, but you're going to probably lose the game as my pawn is one square from promotion.
It's too much. It's like too close to the promotion square with all of white's advantage on the board. And that's a great line. I also want to go a5 and a6 and get more space, Alpha Zero style.
Yeah.
And the bishop, where does it go? To c8, and then what next? I mean, the pawn on f5 literally blocks her path, actually. The pawn on d5 blocks the h1 a8 diagonal, and the pawn on f5 blocks the c8 h3. And our bishop on g2 is fine, actually, even though...
Great.
Yeah.
What black would love to do, if you give me like 3 moves, I'd play bishop b8, knight g4, and g5. Just like break open the position for an attack, but it's way too slow. And I also will see what you're doing. Why is your knight on g4? Oh, you might want to break open the king side, but I don't think there's a realistic attack. And I think that white in the meantime would move the queen, push the pawn to d6, and just you can try to attack me, I'm going to go promote my pawn.
Yeah, but probably that's like black has to go a little wild in this game, because if she just plays slow moves, she might just sit and lose, because white's play is just so natural.
Yeah.
I love the idea of knight g4, g5. I think I would be very tempted to go for it if I found it.
But I think that's what makes me struggle as a defender sometimes, is I feel like I have to go for the attack. But the best players, they often are patient, where they're like, it's not that bad yet. I don't need to take all this risk, because if I just sit passively, let's say I play rook c8 and bishop b8 and just sort of slowly go for it, maybe black can still be in the game, but I'm totally on board for going for it. I hate my position as black, so I'm full steam ahead.
Queen d3. I also like the idea of going rook e8 and bishop to f8. I mean, just not so that we never go into this idea of bishop e7 and d6 at any point. Like, just make a square for our bishop there, and then also the rook is much better on the e file than on f8, no?
Right.
So maybe that's something logical. What is the idea of queen d3 though?
I think you just want to protect her knight and go for at least
a5,
a5, because just to show an example, rook e8, a5, bishop a6 is no longer a great move. If your plan is to take back on b6, you have to throw in bishop takes c4, because if you play a takes b6, I take on a6, rook takes a6, and then knight takes d6, and the rook is loose here. So it's a tactical setup. I think Divya, she maintains all the pluses of her position. She hasn't committed to any specific plan. And look at this, black went a6 here.
Yeah,
Ooh.
I was wondering about that, and then I thought, what next? Because I can never play queen d7 with the idea to play b5, because b6 is hanging. So I even instantly thought of a6, and then I instantly rejected it as well. Because bishop c7 again runs into d6. I mean, I'll protect my queen first with rook d1, and bishop on c7 just seems wrong. Basically, the only diagonal that was available for the bishop has been closed now.
Yeah.
I think what Vantika did not like for bishop a6, I think she did not like knight to b5, and that's why she went for this other idea with a6.
Right, because bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, this rook is open, this pawns are a bit loose over here. You can play rook a6, stop one square short, bring the other rook over. White has a complete bind. So I'm with you. I think she did not like bishop a6, but a6, it's not like the engine doesn't really hate it. It doesn't like it, but doesn't hate it so much. But I think that your e4 idea at some moment might be played by white. Like perhaps rook e1 first, play e4, and white just has great control over this board.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we'll come back to this one, and we'll find out what Vantika does next. I'm curious to see both Harika's game as well as Savitha's. So let's first go to Harika's game against Wenjun. Wenjun got her knight to e4, and like basically it doesn't look like a Ragozin anymore. It just looks like a completely different game.
It just looks bad for black to my eyes.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to exchange the light squared bishop with bishop a6 if I get a move right now, but I think it's white to move, so bishop will go to c4, and queen to c6, I guess, and then what does white do?
Yeah, this queen has to go somewhere to keep the knight. And she went bishop d3, actually. So Harika instead bring her bishop here just to attack the knight, and behind it this h7 pawn. So she's playing with clear purpose against the king. And if bishop b7, you can actually win a pawn here. You can trade everything if you'd like. I'm not so sure with the opposite colored bishops, but I don't think there are any losing chances if you want to just trade everything off and say rook takes c5, and you're playing with a lot of fun. You just play for win, zero risk.
Yeah, and it's also Harika's style to, play with zero risk, play for two results, and she's great at it. So we will find out. Bishop d3 I also like, because it also indirectly prevents bishop a6. Oh, she played f5. So I thought if black goes bishop b7, then she can anyway not go bishop a6, and f5 makes sense.
I think you are speaking the spirit of the position, though, because castle bishop a6 is definitely the plan. So protecting this knight a second time was essential. So she's going for bishop a6.
Yeah, I mean, to give white the pair of bishop advantage in a bad pawn structure is not what you want to do as black. Bishop c4 on the board, but now I just have a feeling that bishop c4 on the earlier move was slightly stronger than this one, because the fi actually helped black.
Yeah, it helps protect the knight. It does create a permanent dark square weakness to consider, so it's a trade-off. But I think that Harika has such a nice position that she's going to castle, bring her rook to d1, maybe drop the bishop back to e1. This a5 pawn, long-term weakness.
Yeah, like the Anna Shanina game against Nino, where she just went and gobbled up the a5 pawn, and I get it. So Harika, with a position that she surely likes and will enjoy for a really long time, maybe even convert the advantage, will come back. Let's go to Savitha's board. Savitha has played bishop to c5 and black played rook e4. What happened
there?
There
was clearly some pawn capture at some moment. So bishop
f5 because the e3
that makes a lot of sense now.
Yes.
Bishop f5, if the bishop is captured, then the e3 bishop is captured. So the bishop said, okay, crazy pieces, I'll take your pawn. And then honestly, okay, I'll take your pawn. And then we saw a bunch of trades in the center, and then here it is white's turn, but black is clearly not worse. The white king is in worse shape because there's open diagonal, and this pawn f4 is out here, where the black king is at home in its shelter, and the rook on e4 is active. I don't think white is in huge danger, but there's a big issue with this. The bishop is nowhere good to go.
Where do we go with it? Because e3 we would like, but the queen is not on d2, so. And bishop f2 we run into rook f4. Queen d3 a good move. If the rook goes back, we go bishop e3. But can we play... Oh, queen e7 runs into bishop d6.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah, bishop takes d6, distracting the queen from the rook.
Okay then, so maybe queen e8. Can we do that?
Yes.
Because bishop d6 runs into rook d8, I guess.
Exactly. There's going to be a pin down the d file. So, no, queen e8 is a really, really nice move, very precise. Then that way the bishop has to go back to a square like a3 if you want to keep it on the board, because this bishop can't even go back to f2. You drop this pawn on f4. So I really like the position for Anna. She chose a risky opening. The only thing I don't like, guess what I'm going to say? Yeah, you look. I saw you look right away. The clock, Anna, is down about 6 minutes now.
It's a trend for her in this tournament, and she needs to get out of it as soon as possible. But right now, the position is at least looking good, so nothing much to worry about. 8 minutes is also okay, but if she gets down to below 3 minutes or something, then it will be very difficult. I'm also looking at queen e2, queen e8 and knight d2. Does that look like an option, Robert?
So queen e8, you said knight d2 here?
Yeah.
That's really clever, because this rook is under attack, and in order to stay attacking the f-pawn with a move like rook a4, then the bishop can go back to e3. Oh, that's actually a very, very nice... So you came up with queen e8, and then you didn't refute it, because it's not a bad move at all, but then knight d2 asked this question. I don't see anything that great. Rook e2 is possible, but now I think I can even decide on bishop f2, or even bishop a3 over here. I don't think that white is in too bad of shape.
So this is Three results position.
shaky
we can
for
say.
both.
Yeah, definitely. So let's go to Nino's game against Humpy.
Okay.
It's it's so similar, the pawn structure, to Divya's game. It's just that like the bishop on e6, the ideas are so similar.
Yeah.
But the bishop is doing nothing on a6. That's the problem.
I-
Can we play c5?
Black is ready to play c5. That's very clear. Also, knight d5 going after the c3 pawn. Somehow, Humpy's not worse. So if we just go back to we left here, it looked very bad for Black. Rook d8, rook b1, knight b6, and your queen. That was it.
Oh, your queen a5 move had to be played.
Yeah,
Oh.
bring the queen. Queen a5. There might be rook d5. That's probably what
Oh,
she
that's
wants.
the problem.
So, but the queen c2, I guess, wasn't as active as some kind of other queen move on the queen side. Interesting to note that this pawn c4 wasn't captured either. It was hanging for a few turns, but perhaps queen takes c4 wasn't the best move. It still says better for white, but not by much. So it is a tricky position. The engine sort of leads us to think, oh, white is much better, but in reality, it was not so clear cut. But this trade helped Black. Bishop a6. That way, if the a pawn pushes, the c4 pawn still has the defender. I think that the worst is behind Humpy here, and if she plays c5 right now, I don't think she's worse.
Oh, if she plays c5, in fact, the more I look at the position, the more I like it for Black, because her pawns, even though they are doubled, the c4 and f5 pawn do an important job of controlling important squares like d3 and e4. So they are restricting White's pieces.
Yep.
And I mean, it's not an ideal pawn structure, but it works out very well in this situation. And I guess knight e5 is White's move here.
Well, I think Black's going to start with
Yeah.
c5 to avoid exactly what you're saying. Otherwise, the c4 pawn would be in trouble. I think you should just play c5. White does get this d4 square for the knight in some positions. Also, the c4 pawn still isn't the happiest piece, but I really don't think that Black is in huge danger. I think that Humpy has played this well. She is down on the clock. I'm going to keep an eye on that. She has lost on time once in this tournament, but she's playing quite well.
Yeah, definitely. This position's evaluation would change completely if the rook on d8 was on b8 instead, and then we could just come to b3, b2, and this would be so great for Black. But right now, rook b8 would be met with knight e5, and there is a fork on c6. So c5 is probably the best way. Humpy is still taking her time. I'm surprised.
Maybe some nerves. Also, just if c5 equalizes, she'll feel more confident, and
She does go for it.
yeah, she played c5 there. But if there could have been some problem with it, and so you can't take that move back. It's a pawn push, but she made the right one.
Yeah, it's looking fine for Humpy. We will come back to this one. Let's go to Harika's game against Wenjun, and then we go to Divya's game against Vantika. Harika with the white pieces. Bishop on c4 looks great. Bishop on e5, as you mentioned, with the pawn coming to f5, it weakens the e5 square, and it's permanently placed on e5 now. And the knight can also come to d3 in the future.
Yes, the reroute. I think white should play king h1 though. That way we fill up the diagonal. Right? We need the king here.
Yes, that's a beautiful. What do you call it? Symmetry.
Yeah, it's just it's an arrow. It's an artwork. It's like a Cupid's bow, just going all through the diagonal. But this looks quite dangerous. If white's not careful, there could be a knight g5 at some moment, right? Like you have to really keep your eyes open. Knight g5 right now doesn't work because after knight takes g5, unfortunately knight takes e3 is met by pawn takes e3 and the queen covers g2. So there's no actual devastating discovery because knight b4, there's always bishop takes e6 check, and it's the black king is in danger first.
Wow, so maybe g6 first. But then we weaken our king even further, yes.
Yeah, it's if you're going for that trick, then you need to defend your king. But I guess it just goes to show that these knight g5 ideas, I'm keeping them in the back of my mind, but I know that they shouldn't work.
So now knight b6, cool move to play. Now the idea is knight g5.
Now I'm going back. Yeah, I'm going right back to f1. I'm nervous. I see exactly what's happening here, and I'm going to bring my bishop back to defend this pawn.
Right, bishop f1, and it's still not easy to break through for white because knight on e4 is wonderfully placed. If we can get f3, it would really help. But we need some time to get there. And black will also play knight d7 in the meanwhile, try to push away white's pieces.
Yeah, it's a good effort, but I do think that we will both agree that white is clearly the side for choice. White has control over important squares. Black has the worst pawn structure, so even trades would end up being difficult for black to go for. And the knight on e4 is looking good, but it's not threatening anything. So I just believe that if Harika plays the simple bishop f1, she could probably go in this direction too, but I would prefer to protect my king. She will have the better chances.
Right, but I also like black's ideas of doubling on the d file with rook d5 and rook d8. That's why when you pointed out bishop a2, I was a little like, okay, this also exists, but then we have to be concerned about knight g5 jumps. So it's not easy to make a decision. She played knight bishop f1, and yeah, it's. I mean, I can see the eval bar, but I think it's not so easy for white to really get an advantage in this position. Black also has her chances, no? Rook d5, rook d8.
Yeah, black has got good control over many squares, so I'm with you. The long term favors white, but the current position, the dynamics, black is hanging right in there.
Mm-hmm. Let's go to Divya's board against Vantika. Lots of clearance has happened on that board. She did manage to become a pawn up, but the b2 pawn is very weak, and black has a passer on by herself in case she picks up the b2 pawn.
Well, so a bunch of moves just happened kind of quickly. So let's go back to where we left just to go through the moves. e4 was in fact played, opening up the position. The bishop takes. You have to watch out for sacrifices on g6.
Oh.
b5 was played to get after the knight. And then we saw a trade, some more trades, and b5 was captured. So an extra pawn for white, rook b8 for activity. The bishop went back, c4 was played. Apparently that was not the greatest move, but I get why it was played. And queen c5 keeps white's advantage. There was a better choice, but I'm looking at the clock, and Divya has 15 minutes, and Vantika has about 4 minutes. It's 4 minutes and going to be down a pawn.
Yes, and a difficult position with a terrible bishop on a8 is actually completely blocked. I mean, unless it picks up the pawn on d5. So rook b2 is out of question because of queen c8 check, and we pick up the bishop. Queen will take on b2, and then we pick up the c4 pawn, and our d5 is well protected. Oh, such an enjoyable position for Divya.
And also a position for Avantika. She lost to Irina in the last round. Mm-hmm. She was down a d-pawn in the center of the board. So I feel like they're unhappy memories of this kind of extra pawn. And it's just so easy for white to play. No risk against her king. She has an extra pawn in the center. As you mentioned, this bishop on 8 is so bad. It's just stuck defending against this pawn. And so she decides on rook d8 here, trying to get at this pawn. But bishop takes d5 is not a threat, because rook d1, and there's a pin on the 5th rank and a pin on the d file. There's no threat right now for black.
Yeah, I guess the idea is that queen c4 is prevented for the time being, because then bishop d5 and the queen is attacked. But what do we play as white here? What is a useful move, do you think? Maybe
she just takes.
She took it?
Yeah, so she wants to go into an endgame, I guess. If you take on d5, there's outside pass on. She won against Harika with the same exact material, where she had the extra b pawn. Yeah. So in the first round, there's no risk involved here.
And in fact, even bishop d5 might run into queen c5, and there is a double pin, and rook d1 is threatened. So this could be lost on the spot.
It's one of these positions where if there is a save, it's an absolute miracle, and I really don't see it. I think it's completely winning for white.
Wow. So Divya in full form in this tournament right now. Vantika in a very tough spot. This is great for Divya actually. And what about Wenjun? Oh, she did play rook d5. So Wenjun did. Wenjun is also pressing. I mean, they are having a very complicated game against Harika. Do you want to go and look at some other games? Maybe Savitha's board?
Yeah,
because we didn't look at that for a while.
let's go. We'll come back to Divya's game as the action promises to continue there. And we predicted the exact line in Savitha against Anna. So the rook, knight went back to d2 as you asked for. The rook went in and bishop to a3, stopping any knight b4 jumps. And Anna is down to 3 minutes 20 seconds. Like, she is down way too much time in this position because it's very complicated. Black is better. The pieces are very awkward for white, and there's the control of the e-file, but the time is always of the essence.
Definitely. I think, Savitha, especially with 10 minutes here. Only problem is the bishop on a3 should not get trapped with b4. We will play c3 here, I guess. And of course, we can't take on b5 with the queen because the d2 knight is hanging. So c3, and then black plays, what, a5?
That's, I guess, the plan. Let's just go for it. Try to trap this bishop on a3. So at some point, this pawn will have to push to b3. I'm not sure if you should play c3 first or b3 immediately. But the bishop reroutes a pretty nice diagonal. I don't think that's the worst thing in the world for a Savitha.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a nice idea with bishop from e3 going to c5 and then a3 and b2. It would make a nice diagram. We can also go to Nino's game against Humpy. Looks like Humpy managed to get the c5 break, and now Nino is stuck with the isolated pawn on d4, with the c pawn being a complete passer. No?
Has Nino lost 3 games in a row, or what?
Two.
She lost the third round,
yes,
and she lost both games today.
Yes,
that's a rough situation to be in. And look at this position. The material is even, but white's, I'm going to put pass pawn in quotes because it's not going anywhere. It's blockaded. Black's pass pawn has a rook behind it. This looks very promising for Humpy.
Extremely. How do you suggest that a player respond to a situation like this where you have lost 3 games in a row, but you still have 4 more games to go? I mean, it's not the end of the tournament yet. Because chess is so special, it's not usually a knockout.
Right. You have to keep going. Even if you have 0 points out of 8 games, you're not eliminated. You just finish your event. It's very difficult often. Some people, they kind of just say, I just want to make a draw. I want to get out of here. But forcing a draw against a strong player is not easy. So I think that we talked about it earlier. You need to be able to reset, to keep your composure, to play every game in and of itself. It's individual from the last. But if we're being honest, chess players, we're human, we're emotional, and if we lose a bunch of games, we don't feel very good.
Yeah, that's the sad part. I mean, emotions play a big role, and maybe also being too detached from the result doesn't help, because you care about the result, and that's why you do well in most of the tournaments. You know, you set a goal for yourself and you actually achieve it, and playing only for the passion for it often doesn't work out.
And on the flip side, if you're just playing for a result like a draw, sometimes you think, oh, the way to make a draw is to play solidly, to play passively. But that's not how you make draws in chess. Sometimes a draw requires active play, because sometimes people take the safe route, but that route is actually more dangerous than taking a bit of a risk, because you get a passive position, you're worse. Like right now, I don't think this is what Nino was doing, but she is worse here with white, so there's nothing safe about this position. There might not be a queen, she's not getting checkmated, but this pawn is ready to start pushing up the board. I think black's almost pre-movable decision will be c3.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also in a tournament like this, Rapid and Blitz, where there are multiple rounds in a day, it matters so much, like how your day goes. It's not just about how one game went. One game affects the next one immediately. There is no time to recover. Yeah, I think very, very tough for Nino. Humpy, on the bright side, is finally doing well.
Yeah, if she can get this win and turn her second day around, then going into day 3, she will have a chance to score some more wins and then feel a little bit better about her tournament. So if you're going to score, say, 4.5 out of 9, you'd rather start with like half a point and win 4 games in a row down the stretch than to start with 4.5 out of 5 and lose all the rest of your games.
Yeah, absolutely. I think ending the tournament well makes so much of a difference. It also puts you in a good mood for the next one, which is the Blitz event. Yes.
It starts the next day right after the Rapid. So there is no rest at all for the Weary. And if I'm seeing this correctly, it looks like Divya won. And
wow,
right?
Yes, she has. Oh, wow. Look at the final position, Robert.
Oh, we completely missed it. We were talking about recovery, and I don't think this is a position you can recover from. Look at how this ended so quickly, and it was a position with rook b8, apparently not the absolute best move, but a check happened, and oh no. Was this move king f6? There's a blunder in one move.
Yeah, queen h8, and it's just over. And I don't know what else to suggest. Maybe bishop d5 and queen d4, but it's still difficult.
This is completely not human, and even if it should
difficult.
work, in this kind of position, it just looks bad.
Yeah.
But this is what we talked about before. Bishop, h-pawn, h8 square, they don't match, and that's why this type of position gives black good chances to make a draw from a theoretical perspective. But look at the clock, by the way. I mean, there's no time for...
it's just way too much pressure on Vantika on the board and on the clock. If we could get Divya on the stream,
oh, that would be amazing.
Amazing.
She's 5.5 out of 6. It's like she can't be stopped, and she wins a queen with this skewer tactic. That's a very unfortunate day for Vantika. She entered 2.5 out of 3, tie for first place. She lost all 3 games today.
Wow, that's so tough. I mean, this format is really brutal, and how you start the day matters so much for to dictate how your tournament goes. Because 3 rounds is too much. It's not just one game.
And we did see another result, by the way. Polina against Irina Krush ended in a draw. We'll just pull up the final. How is this a draw? What a crazy position this was.
How did they repeat?
They didn't repeat. Apparently a draw was offered.
All right.
In the most confusing position ever. This is just anybody's game. White has an extra piece. Black has pawns and pawns that can storm up the board for an attack, but it's very unclear. And this is why I personally am not I've said this many times, I'm not a big fan of the draw offer. I think that the draw offer should almost be banned because this position is complicated. How do you explain to the audience this game's a draw? The players wanted it to be a draw, and I don't blame any players individually, but I do think that it's very confusing to explain how this game ended in a draw.
It's such an alive position. I mean, h5, g5 is hanging, but h5, g4 in case, or e5, e4 is just king on e2 is stuck on e2. Like the bishop cannot move to the queen side. You will need so many moves to play b3 and bishop b2, and then king d2 and c1, and it's just terrible for white, even though white is a piece up.
Absolutely.
The quality of her pieces are very bad, even though they are more in quantity.
Yeah, they're all on their first rank. So this was a wild game that ended perhaps prematurely, but a draw agreed. And for Polina, she had a good day after all. She ends up with 3.5 points out of 6. Irina, she won a game today, so she goes to 3 out of 6 in total. So we have 3 games remaining. We have Harika against Wenjun. Let's go to that game. They're still playing, and
they're still playing. And what do you think is? Knight c5 has been taken.
Yes.
And then what next? Bishop c4 wins an exchange?
I'm like hesitating because can it be that simple? But bishop c4 looks like it just wins an exchange.
But knight d2 maybe is the problem. Knight d2, knight takes, rook takes.
No, I don't know. So knight d2 is a good trick, going after the queen and trading. And knight d2, rook d2, and I don't have anything here. This knight is loose.
Queen f5 runs into rook d1. We have to be careful about not blundering away our queen.
Yes, because this pawn was pinned. Yeah, that way I can draw it. And after this, then pawn takes queen is allowed. So yeah, you're right. That knight d2 is an option. But I think simple chess here might dictate that we get to this position, just like bishop d4 and get rid of this knight and try to win some material in this way.
Wow.
Just so many loose pieces for black.
Huge advantage for Harika. Very, very crucial for her to get this win in, to have some chances of finishing on the podium. Wenjun, on the other hand, losing her second place position clearly if she loses.
Yeah, if she loses this game, she would be tied with Polina at the very least with 3.5 out of 6. But that would be great news. If Wenjun loses this game, Divya will be up 2 points 2 points on the
That's-
competition.
And she has already played Wenjun as well.
Oh my goodness. Like, usually players don't really root for anybody else besides themselves, but she is going to be rooting hard for Harika to beat Women's World Champion Junjun and Bishop A6. Apparently, that was a mistake. It's offering a trade of light square bishops, but the reason why Black is in trouble is this king is less safe. And this E5 square, we talked about it so long ago, it's now White's for the taking. I would play knight E5 to start with. Queen B8 becomes a threat.
Yeah, it's so dangerous for Black. Like, just imagine bishop takes, and knight e5. Where is the queen going? Because we have to keep the c8 square guarded, right?
You need to keep c8 and b7, because once we get this trade, and let's say by knight e5, if your queen goes to d8, covering the last rank, in comes my queen to b7, threatening this check and this pawn behind the knight. This knight is loose, rook c, everything is threatened.
This is absolutely lost for Black if Harika will find. She has 4 minutes on the clock, enough time. She has played queen to b8. Okay then, and what happens for queen d8, queen a7 maybe?
Wait, queen d8, can you just take it? Isn't this knight?
Oh yes.
Oh my goodness, watch this.
but-
I know what you're gonna say, so I'm sorry to you're saying the back rank, right? Takes, rook here. There's knight d2, because you can't take both minor pieces at the same time. So this knight defends the bishop, and if you take the knight, then I take your bishop, and then retreat right back to f1.
This is gorgeous.
Yeah, this is really beautiful.
And it should be in problem books, puzzle books. It's so beautiful. It's thematic. And you think Harika has already found it?
I think so.
She went queen b8 very quickly, and Wenjun taking her time. She's probably found it.
There's no move, right? Because if you play queen c8, I think you just trade. The bishop gets passive all of a sudden, and she played it. That after the bishop gets passive, I think that there's a pin on the c file. That looks dangerous. Bishop c4 comes to mind. You have to find the knockout there, but it definitely exists.
How about moving the knight and playing f3?
Yeah, it's so simple, right? That's a good call by you. I'm going like, where's the brute force method? You're like, let me just bring the knight up. Oh, she went queen a7. Maybe we'll end up seeing a trade anyway, but I think your point was a great one, that here knight e5, f3 wins a piece down the c file. I actually don't know how you could possibly... No, this is winning for White for sure. I think the engine's not even catching up to how easily winning it is.
I also like what Harika has played, queen a7, because queen a7, rook d7, we can take queen a6 and knight a6, or even bishop a6 actually.
Oh.
But
I'm going to show that, because you're just... And we'll just very quickly, because you're showing just beautiful tactics. This queen is loose, so knight takes queen would lose the queen on c8, and after takes, check, king f7, knight e5, there is a fork at the end. That was your point. So you're spotting some very lovely tactics, and all of these are in play. Queen comes to b7, so now is it time to trade and play bishop c4?
wow, we have so many options here. We can we take? Okay.
Yeah.
And what about the c5? Maybe rook b1.
But rook b1, is there actually a threat?
Oh, there is no threat.
But it
That's
looks like
true.
there is. It's so close. But these knights are walking on eggshells here.
Wow, this is not easy.
No, and Harika, she knows that. That's why she hasn't moved quickly yet. And just looking to see if anything's happening in the other games. But this is our most exciting game
Absolutely.
at the moment. It does look like Humpy's pawn moved up the board a little bit. And Harika played what seems to be the best move. The engine does not react, which is a good thing for her. Bishop to c4, knight e5 next, pawn to f3. These knights are being kicked around, and I think that she's going to win some material.
Yeah, I think rook d6 is almost forced, because otherwise your e6 pawn will collapse. And wow, this knight e5 f3 plan is very strong. Maybe Black's problem is the knight on c5 doesn't have a good square.
Nowhere to go. And e6 is loose. And if the problem on the 7th rank as well, the bishops are so powerful. We talk about this often. 2 bishops are better than a bishop and a knight, but here it's clear how powerful these bishops have been, aiming in all directions, kicking the rook back, and knight e5 followed by f3. I think it's just game over.
But this is so instructive because look at the pawn structure. There are 4 pawns on the king side. That's it. And it's winning for white. It's not even an advantage. I mean, the engine is just shooting high up, like 7.5 pawns up. So maybe the knight on c5 is such a big problem for black.
Wait, but she put h4 here
And
and allowed bishop d5. She wasted a critical move. She allowed this bishop to come to d5 to trade off.
It was important to play knight e5 right now so that we play f3 on the next
F3.
move.
At h4, it's getting rid of back rank checkmate ideas. Maybe she has some thoughts of knight g5 or something like that. But h4, she had to be quick, and she wasn't quick enough. She still is, I think, better here. That's clear. She has the upper hand, but a huge chunk of her advantage was given away.
Yes, definitely. And how does knight e5 work out for white? Because we still have the back rank problem for black's king, and we are threatening f3 on the next move. How does black defend? Maybe knight b7 and rook d8.
Wow, passive defense covering the d8 square, so there's no checkmate. I would be tempted to slam my rook down on c7 there and go for an attack, but perhaps there is no knockout, even though it really looks like there should be.
And yeah, this looks suddenly it looks defensible.
Yeah.
You know, from a position where we were just looking for more and more ways to win for white, it looks completely defendable for black. Do you want to stick to this game? And
Yeah, well,
we have a special guest in the studio.
yeah, so why don't we bring in that special guest, as this game is down to the wire, but we are excited here to bring in Divya Deshmukh, who now has 5.5 points out of 6 games, and this result could be important for the players chasing her. So we'll keep an outside eye on it. But Divya has been phenomenal throughout the event, winning all 3 of her games today. So as we bring her in, we just first of all want to say congratulations. And Divya, how are you feeling? Like, can you believe that you had the performance you did today?
No, definitely not. Did not expect that. My only goal for today was to not lose all 3 matches. So,
That's a very safe goal. You achieved it by a huge mile, I would say. What do you think of Harika's position on the board? Like,
she's white.
she's white. Do you think she has chances? We were just
I
following
think
this
most
game.
likely it should be a draw, but she has some decent chances.
You would definitely have decent chances if you were white. That's nice. And we were just discussing that, in fact, if Wenjun makes a draw in this game, you would have a 2-point lead.
Really?
Yes.
So have you been following the other results at all? Not at all?
No.
Wow. Yeah, so if she draws, you'd have a 2-point lead. And I guess, were you surprised by how your game ended with the queen check, winning the queen?
I think she has had a very tough day, so I cannot blame her. Obviously, her chess strength is way more than what she could show. But yeah, I think it was the exhaustion.
But you have, on your part, done everything right. I mean, that game against Savitha was exceptionally strong. We were just sitting here and admiring you convert that position from a normal dynamic looking position to a absolutely winning one. How did you feel about that?
I think it was not mainly my work because it was all opening, so I knew the ideas, what to do, and I don't think I have much of a role in that game.
But that's what we were discussing, that everything that needs to be done was done by you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And you chose the opening. Like, you don't always play the Caracan, so you made that choice today. So
Not really. I did not make the choice.
Well,
But you were brave enough to follow the advice.
Yeah.
That's also, I mean, you can always say no.
Have you been preparing like for each and every game like right beforehand, or what has that been like for you?
It's been very tough, and I wish I had more time to prepare, but I think it's okay because since I am the new entry in this tournament, it gives me a lot more advantage as I do not have pressure on me at all to perform. So I just check something, and if I don't want to check, I just chill. I think mainly I'm just focusing more on my mindset than my prep.
Do you feel any pressure now that you have the lead?
I hope I don't feel the pressure.
And you mentioned you just chill. Are you talking about the breaks in
Yes,
between the games?
breaks, yeah.
So, yeah, I saw you walking around and having a good time. And does the food in the lounge help?
I haven't had much. I've only had bananas from there.
Do you like the vibe of the
Yeah, I
place?
definitely like the vibe. I like the lighting and the chairs are very comfortable. Yeah, I definitely like the vibe.
And what about the fact that people can come and watch you play?
I think it's very cute. For me, the highlight of this tournament was like tips till now. I finished my game yesterday with Nino, and it was a really long one. And I saw that there were like basically nobody. And then there were two guys who were sitting in the front row, and as soon as I finished, they started clapping, which is so
Aw.
cute. Yeah,
That's so special.
Yeah.
it made me feel so good.
Well, you are the
That's
CEO.
wonderful.
I've been told that's the nickname that
That's
you've
why
been
she's
given.
on the
Yeah, that's why
boss
you're in the
chair.
boss chair. Yeah.
I did not even know this was the boss.
But during tournaments, do you stay off social media, or like what have you been doing at
I
nighttime?
think it depends on what tournament it is.
This one, I'm asking.
Okay, this one. This one, I don't think I use social media much anyway. I just use it to check what the updates are, and if somebody tags me, I will be reposted and then just quit it. So yeah, I don't think I use social media as much.
Nice, but you like using social media.
Yeah,
You
I
have
like-
quite a fan following. She has quite a fan following on social media. Let me just put it mildly.
Well, she's modest about it. But
Yeah.
I think also I was wondering, because now that you have the lead, I'm sure you'll be tagged in a lot of things. Like, how do you balance trying to be responsive, but also responsible for the chess that you have to play tomorrow?
I mean, I'm not actually very invested in it.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's a huge deal for me. If let's say somebody tags me, I will not go on seeing it for hours and hours and hours. I think I'll just see it once and get it over with.
That's really good. And we do actually have confirmation that Harika and Wenjun drew their game. So you have I think 1.5 point distance between her. So you're feeling confident and good for the final day?
Yeah, I hope. I have no idea what to expect. Again, same goal, not to lose all games.
I do have a final question before we let you go. On social media, whenever there is any women's event happening, everybody, all her fans, which are a lot of them, will be like, where is Divya? Where is Divya? Divya is not playing the event. So do you hope that your performance will be noticed by a lot of organizers and you'll get more opportunities now?
I think this is definitely the event that gives you a lot of exposure. So yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, we sure do. And you deserve it.
Definitely deserve it. You're playing amazing chess, so congratulations. But we also know that you probably want to get on it. You probably have a lot of other people to talk to at the press conference, but also we want to let you relax and get ready for tomorrow.
Thank you so much for
congratulations.
having me.
Of
Thank you.
course.
Thank you.
Oh, that is your tournament leader, Divya Deshmukh. She, always fun to have here with us and having a great time, having a lot of fun at the chessboard with 5.5 out of 6 games. That is an incredible score.
Yeah.
And Soumya, I really loved hearing essentially that she had no specific goals. One, just don't lose all of her games. And
It's a great goal.
it's scary because, it sounds like a joke, but Vantika, for example, who came in with 2.5 for 3, did lose all 3 games. And
Yes.
I like what Divya said. She's like, Vantika's so much stronger than how she performed today, and it gets to you. So there is that fear of losing all your games, especially in front of a big audience.
Yeah, didn't you get the feeling that Divya is way mature for her age?
Yeah.
I had that feeling. Like, she was so sweet about Vantika as well. Like, she was like, I understand what would be her mindset having lost all her games right now, and she's so much stronger than her performance here.
Right, and another player who's struggling, Humpy did get a win. She beat Nino Batsiashvili. So
Yes.
Nino, unfortunately for her, she's had a really rough stretch, starting with the loss to Divya. But I think the Indian fans will be very happy that Humpy won a game, and maybe she can keep that going into tomorrow.
I sure do hope that. And what about this one? We have a win or a draw for Is it a win for white or is it a draw, Robert?
It looks like a draw just because black is one move away from trading the final pawn. And for those of you unfamiliar with theoretical draws, a lone knight cannot deliver a checkmate against an enemy king. So if the last pawn gets traded, that's the game. So what white needs to do, if you somehow are able to, is bring your knight to h4. Then you will likely win the game as your king is free. But, oops, sorry, didn't mean to bring the knight all in the corner. But the knight doesn't have any way to get to h4. Those squares are not available to it, and it seems that the game has officially concluded as a draw. That seems to be a fair result. And for Savitha and Anna, I mean, they end the day on a decent note with a draw between them. And for Savitha, she got her first win from 2 Tata Steel chess events earlier today. So
Against Nino.
Against Nino, who is having a bad event, but in order for some people to do well, others have to do not so well.
Yeah, that's sport for all of you guys. And also great to see Humpy win her last game of the day and get some good cheer. Maybe we can go through the last moments of the game, which we missed actually.
Apparently there's an extra rook, so I don't know how that got there. But we were left off around this position where black has this passed pawn. So Humpy was in the driver's seat. She traded bishops, undoubling her own pawns. And maybe there was a critical error because so far the engine is not so unhappy with white's play. But after c2, d5, that's not a move I was expecting. It seems like white is holding on, so there must have been some kind of, oh, there it is, the fatal error in this position.
What she doesn't like is rook trading the rook and playing rook c2 because it allows rook a1 and rook g1, but there is probably no checkmate.
Oh, look what happened. So
Oh no, rook c2 is impossible because of knight e1.
So rook, that's what she was afraid of. Rook e4, there's also knight e1 check, and if you take, they get a queen. But apparently this is equal. It doesn't look equal because black goes up in exchange with an outside pass pawn. This is why engines, they do this thing where, yeah, you should have made a draw. And you're like, what draw? It's because in this ensuing position, somehow this is a level endgame because of white's pass pawn. We're not going to...
I'm totally judging the engine, not the players. I mean, this is just unfair.
And rook b4... And now knight e1 check doesn't do the same thing because white has this active check at the end, so the pawn's not important. But look at the move that was played. Rook b5, now it captured, and then rook b1. So no longer was it an exchange sacrifice. Rook b1 is such a good move because you get this rook here, and you keep your passed pawn. So it was unfortunate for Nino that the rook on a5 couldn't get to b1, but as soon as she allowed that tempo move, the rook got in.
Yeah, very instructive game. Also, Humpy has been doing really well in endgames in this tournament. I must point that out. Against Wenjun as well, she had a fantastic endgame, but she didn't really convert it because Wenjun defended very well as well. But here, this one as well. So maybe if she gets more of endgames, she can actually really get back in the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, she finished on a win.
Yeah.
So coming in tomorrow, her latest game was a victory.
Yeah.
That's feels much better than what was happening previously. She stopped the losing streak. She gets a win over a strong opponent who also is reeling. So I think for Humpy, okay, it's a new day tomorrow. She knows she can't win the tournament. It is impossible. She's 3.5 points behind Divya, who's having the tournament of her life. So that actually is some relief for players. That you can't win, just play. And Humpy's play is usually at an extraordinarily high level. So we see the results from the 6th round here. Divya Deshmukh wins with white against Vantika. It was a blunder of a queen, but in a better position for Divya nonetheless. Paulina draws against Irina, and that was a draw offer in a position that we
Crazy
think
position.
should have gone on.
Should be at least analyzed.
Yes, I don't even know who's better. Harika and Wenjun. Harika is going to be disappointed there.
Yeah, absolutely. She had a great advantage, but did she actually feel it is the question. If she felt it during the game, then she would be disappointed, but if she didn't, then it's okay because you can only take the decisions with the knowledge that you have at that moment.
Yeah, that h4 move, that cost her what could have been a victory. It's a little bit too slow. She needed to kick the knight away from e4, but a draw for Wenjun keeps her in the running. Nino really lost with the white piece to Humpy. We just went over that game. A much needed win for Humpy Koneru. And then Savitha Shri draws against Anna Ushenina. That seemed to be a fair result. And Savitha ended today with 1.5 points earned in today's action. She moves up, as we see here, to 2.5 points total. But it's all about Divya Deshmukh. We could talk about Wenjun, we could talk about Polina we could talk about other players, but there's one player who really stands out, and it's Divya Deshmukh having the tournament of her life.
Absolutely, and she's She's having the tournament of her life. She also has very important tournaments lined up, but she's, as she said, she's taking one day at a time, one game at a time even. She's not taking the pressure, and that I think is a wonderful attitude to have with 3 more rounds to go. Maybe she wins all 3 of them. Who knows?
Now that would be something. 8.5 out of 9 in a tournament. She wasn't even scheduled to play, but she is clearly taking it one move at a time. She's not trying to get herself into a nervous situation. She's, so she's staying off social media for the most part, because when you start winning, that's when now all of the expectation is on you. You're up by 1.5 over the women's world champion Wenjun. You have to win the tournament. Some will say, no, you have to play the games that you have left. If Wenjun wins all her remaining games, well, that's a big score for Wenjun. So I think for Divya, of course, she wasn't expecting this. She has a big smile on her face. We're all proud of her. Not that we root for anybody, but you can't help but be happy for her. But Soumya, I mean, she's 1.5 ahead of Wenjun, 2 points ahead of Polina Shuvalova. It's not over yet, but...
Yeah, it definitely isn't. And as we saw, one bad day can really affect your whole tournament situation. But if Divya keeps her attitude of taking it one game at a time and no pressure, I think she is going to clinch it. We'll find out tomorrow, because it's still wide open.
It is. 3 games remain here in Tata Steel Chess India. It's the women's rapid event. Divya Deshmukh is an absolute star, but there are players who are trailing her that would like to see her lose, and they can climb back up and catch her. But for now, that's all from today. Until tomorrow, this has been Grandmaster Robert Hess and International Master Soumya Swaminathan, and we'll see you tomorrow here from Kolkata.